and all that good stuff. But yeah, so it should be a lot of fun to see what comes out of this. I am curious systematically how they handle the new the new romanceable. I keep saying bachelorette. I should just say romanceables because it's easier. Oh, did I put the stuff away in here? I did. Right, because we reached... Yeah. We reached the other day... Where is the music? Stardew Valley. Don't do this to me. Alright, we'll deal with that in a moment. Yeah, so basically, if people don't remember what we're working on here, we are doing the Stardew Valley Tileman Challenge, where basically, any tile I want to walk on, I have to buy. Now, the really big thing that happened recently is after all this time, we now have access to sprinklers. So I don't have to water every single crop every single day, which is kind of giving me a new lease on life to run around and all that stuff. What's the Tileman strategy for today? It's primarily expansion. That what we're going to end up doing is, as able, we're going to go buy more land, put more sprinklers on it, and keep repeating. You need a carp. A carp, I believe, is lake, so that's not going to help me. At some point, I'm also going to try and max out the, I'm also going to try to max out our fishing. And it would also be good for me to, get into the mayor's house for the, what is it? The ticket thing. I think the mayor's house comes up when we start having spare stuff. Right. So I actually do have 5 spare tiles. I can't buy seeds today, so I won't... Well, I have extra seeds, so that's not a problem. Let me go ahead and plan these ones. So, 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6... and 7. Oh. Slightly short of being able to get that. That's still workable. Okay. Hey, Pharaoh, how's it going? Alright. So that gives us the, some clay and all that. It also gives us our first little bits of hardwood. What I was going to do, and the reason I ran back here in the first place, was grab some of the stuff for fishing. Because I want to say we're at fishing 9? Alright, so it's not that I'm going to do a hard push for the level in fishing, but I do think I want to do a little bit of fishing each day until we max that out to get it done. Because that'll give me, I think, 5 extra tiles. It might be 10 tiles, I don't remember. And our big part is going to be having that extra money. We got the new spouse reveals? We did. I saw. And my first thought is, Concerned Ape, what have you done? And I'm very curious mechanically how it's going to work, since these will be our first spouse options that, you know, run stores and that kind of stuff. All the spouses prior to that, you know, they worked jobs, but, you know, they're jobs you didn't interact with them, like Maru. Maru is the nurse at the doctor. You don't go to Maru and do anything. It's Harvey's doctor shop. you know, Abigail is unemployed and just hangs out at the, well, she helps with her parents' shop, but like, you know, again, you don't buy stuff from Abigail. Haley doesn't do anything. Emily works at the bar, but like you just go to the cash register and buy from the bar, so arguably Gus. But Sandy and Clint, you know, they run the blacksmith and they run a store. They are the business there. And my expectation of what'll happen is either A, we romance them. Oh, that's fair. I forgot about Harvey. No, you're right. Harvey is the first one. I didn't think about that. You're right. Yeah, so I guess even when you marry Harvey, you still have to go in there and buy the stuff from the doctor's office. That to me feels less weird than if you romance Clint and you have the ability, like, and he charges you the 2,000 for like doing the blacksmithy, because in that situation you are paying for the labor, not the material. So you could very easily have Harvey be like, hey, I sell this at the cost I get it. Like, I make my money by treating people, but like these things I buy for my shop, like, I'm paying for this. So it's like, we just need to make sure we put money back into the shop. And that would be a totally valid reason to be like, you still have to pay for it. Like, that's fine. But with Clint, where it's labor, it's certainly a thing that you can have, like, you know, parents, kids, family, that they're like, hey, can you do this IT work? I'm like, sure, you gotta pay me, just so they don't take advantage of you. But like, if you're the farmer and you're digging up the whole yard and everything and working the fields and you're busting your butt out there to provide for the home and everything, and Clint's like, I'm gonna need you to pay 5,000. I'm gonna need you to pay 5,000 for me to go over there and work on that. My primary income, by the way, working on tools. It's gonna hit different. It's gonna hit different. My expectation of what they would do is someone would just take over for Clint. Is ultimately what I could see. Is that they would just kind of have someone like Sam pop in, and, you know, if you marry Clint, then Sam would go and, you know, take over the blacksmithy, or someone. Like, that's just, I'm choosing a random person who, swapping them in for Clint wouldn't be a big thing. Or again, just a different person. I imagine we'd get a discount at least. Yeah, no, it'd be totally fair if you're like, hey, Clint, you know, Clint, honey, baby, sexy man Clint, if you go ahead and like really help me out, I really need this hoe upgraded. And Clint would be like, okay, well, normally I charge 5,000 for that. Most of that's labor, so we're still probably going to need to spend the 1,000 for the material costs of the wood. I usually don't charge for that, so it'll just be 1,000 so that we can pay off the amount. But, you know, I would make it free, but it's still coming from the bank. Sandy discount would actually be nuts. Imagine that crap with the starfruit. Yeah, it'll be curious. I'm leaning towards that there would be the situation that they would swap out who works those stores. I don't know that would be what happens. Regardless of what happens, Sandy's an easy one to fix. Like, Sandy doesn't have a lot of story. She's got a couple of touch points here and there, but that's about it. Whereas for making her like a fully fledged romanceable character, you know, they're gonna add like a whole bunch of extra stuff in there to like fill out her character more. Which, that's easy. Adding new stuff, I mean, there's the effort of doing that, but you don't have to worry about like conflicting stories and, okay, now I need to like retcon some stuff, and okay, well, we need to change this dialogue because, you know, the implications of it are pretty rough or whatever. Like, there's none of that. She's straightforward. You can adjust it, make it as big or whatever. You remember the first the comment section reveal of it shambles over the wizard? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, a lot of people wanted the wizard. That's the thing. My prediction had been that there would have been 2 new characters. Because we still don't know what we're getting with the update. But presumably, like, with the scale that's being implied, there's been a lot of people, myself included, been like, we're probably going to get a new area. You know, we're probably going to get a new area, and there'll be 2 people there. That's what my prediction was. And I said, if it was people who are back in town, there wasn't really much to predict there, because your choices were for the existing female characters. It was basically Sandy or the cashier at Joja. That needs to be settled with, you know, the thing to settle it. Yeah, that's the thing. Clint, they're gonna have to do a lot of tweaks. That if you're gonna romance him and have him have like an actual kind of redemption arc or whatever, they're gonna have a lot of tweaks where they're going to have to, you know, allow you to mitigate / tone down his pursuing Emily once you start romancing. Unless that's what they're going for. Is they're going for like the pity date, or that you like you swipe him from someone else kind of thing. But that doesn't feel like something Concerned Ape would do. Me to take Pam? There is Pam. I don't think they would, but there is Pam. So, like, for the female characters that are single, it was like, okay, the cashier, they could write anything. It'd be an easy character to just, you know, create a story for. And then Sandy, it's like both Sandy and the cashier would be the same issue. You've got a character, they have a couple of touch points, and that's basically it. You would have to flesh out the entirety of the character. Imagine befriending Penny and then going and marrying her mom. Yep. Imagine romancing Penny, getting all the way up to the point where before you married, and then marrying her mom. And Penny is like abso-freaking divorce Penny for her mom. Yeah, I don't think that we're gonna touch down with the 10-foot pole. There are mods that let you do that kind of stuff. That there are wild and unhinged mods. But as far as like the bachelors, like if they're gonna use an existing character and you said who are you going to allow, I would have said the wizard. Because Clint has a reputation. Clint has a reputation. Willie would be like Willie feels like he's supposed to be a much older person. You know, the crusty old fisherman. Like Gunther, you know, I honestly hadn't thought about Gunther. Gunther would be a fair one. Because Gunther's well as once he's at the museum and all that. Gunther would be a fair one, because he's like an adventurer. He could be kind of like an Indiana Jones kind of character. Just like this is Indiana Jones after he's gotten his museum set up, so he's not going out there himself and running from boulders or whatever and ruining archaeological sites to get a single artifact. This is the one where he's got his stuff and he's just kind of showing it off. You know, it's in a museum, that kind of thing. So that's a fair one. And that'd be kind of the same issue you have with like Sandy or the cashier at Joja. Gunther doesn't really have a story of his own, of any real substance, so you would have to write that, which is fine. When do we get to seduce the mayor? The mayor who is married? Because he even discusses the fact that him and his wife need to get a townhouse, or get a home in Stardew Valley. 2 new marriage candidates. Mayor Lewis and Marnie. So you can break up their fling and choose a side. They wouldn't do that one as well, because just, you know, the whole they have a whole thing. Just absolutely. Nah, and there's mods for almost all that. I think there's probably a mod, and when I say a mod, there's probably half a dozen, for like romancing literally every single character in the game. I would not at all be surprised. I would not at all be surprised if there was a mod for romancing every possible character in the game. It'd be one of those things people would develop, not even because they actually do want to romance any of those people. It would simply be a, well, this one character is unromanceable, so clearly we gotta fix that. Doesn't Marnie literally stare at her microwave for like 9 hours some days? A lot of characters do weird stuff like that. Like Sam just goes to a bush by the water and stands there for like 8 hours staring at the river. You know, some days are tougher than others, and some days you just reflect your existence off the, meshed glass of your microwave. You can even make the wizard into a witch and romance her with mods. That doesn't surprise me at all. I've mentioned a few times, Stardew Valley has some amazing mods and some pretty utterly cursed mods. It is definitely one of those games when you start looking into the modding scene, you kind of got to be like, all right, you gotta kind of pause and all that stuff. Sebastian switches which side of the railroad he stands on after a few hours. I mean, you don't want to always be the guy who stands on one side of the railroad. Eventually, people start to notice. Largemouth bass is lakes, I believe, and forests, so not happening. You're just seeing a video where someone showed Concerned ate a bunch of Grandpa bed mods. Yeah, that was one of the things. I think it was during the video. When he was showing like all the iterations, they showed like one of the super old iterations, and it had Grandpa's crappy bed. You're like, man, poor Grandpa. What? Why did you gotta do Grandpa like that and have like the flimsiest bed is what you're using? I'm kind of like, you know what? I actually want to. That's fine. So you can see how close we are to getting level 10 knocked out. And thank you for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Yeah, we're not going like super hard on getting this last level of fishing. But I'm kind of like, okay, early month we're a bit short on funds because I didn't do a good job of saving last month. So it's kind of those ones I like to get that. Alright. There's Grandpa in the Family Guy death pose. And wherever she's using a ping pong. That doesn't surprise me. Like, I remember there was one where you could use Pam as a mount, like a horse. So you could ride Pam around. You see so many unhinged mods. Pam deserves better. Pam's got problems, but Pam deserves better than to be converted into a beast of burden. There's one that turns Grandpa into the bed. Of course there is. Stardew Valley mods get utterly ridiculous. It's just one of those things that Stardew Valley ended up being such an easily mod. I think that's honestly one thing that works so well for Stardew Valley and Terraria both, is because they're both XNA, which means modding them is super easy compared to a lot of games. Because all you have to do is get kind of a point to grab into it, and then it's just C# after that. So they're pretty easy to get into. neither of them did like a whole bunch of like over the top, code obfuscation stuff that some people have done over the years, which that always bothered me. Like my stance has always been as a developer, if you've reached the point that someone has gone and decompiled your code and they're digging into it and all that kind of stuff, just obfuscating your code isn't going to do anything. They'll be able to figure that out. It'll be a little bit of a pain, it'll be an annoyance, but they'll figure it out. There's no reason to put the effort in there, because it's just going to make it more annoying for you to deal with as well. Pam, when she gets drunk and crashes the bus, only for you to sell 50,000 parsnips to get her back her crappy job. Yeah, no, that's we can avoid the more cursed Stardew mods, because I also notice a whole lot of not safe for work adult ones. That's those ones, if you go up there and you don't like put that filter on, you pull up the person that's like, okay, like we got this new town, that's looking pretty cool. Oh, someone has changed some of the character portraits, that's kind of neat. Oh, look, there's sexy Clint, so, you know, if you ever needed Clint to be sexy, that was certainly an awful... Oh, a whole bunch of sex mods. Okay, I guess. Oh, that's not even a mod, that's just how Pam... Oh, you're just saying, like, the fact when you start the game and the bus is, like, not working, and so you have to pay to get the bus fixed so that Pam starts being able to drive it again. Alright. I wonder what the fastest way to just get that. Auto mod's getting a little bit of a workout. Now, keep in mind, we don't keep content, like, safe for work here, necessarily, or whatever. We also aren't, like, just kind of all wild. Usually the way I phrase it is, I'm okay with whatever chat's saying is enough to, like, you know, make the boss raise an eyebrow. But if the boss feels like that to get out of their seat and walk over me, come on, man. Then that's, you know, too much. Or, like, PG-13 or whatever. Whatever you want to describe it as. Yep. Yeah, no, you're all good. Like, we don't have, like, a strict, like, no swearing or anything like that. You're perpetual war with Automod? Yeah. But that's kind of the fuzzy where we keep things in there. It's not that we're trying to be like, you know, quote-unquote family-friendly strictly or anything like that. It's just trying to strike a balance. Because there's definitely one of those things, if you just things go absolutely wild. I've been to those channels. And even like, man, I don't want to be here. Like, this is getting out of control. Yeah, no, we're all good. Yeah, and that's what I did, is I figured, like, I wasn't going to explicitly deny it or accept it, I'm just going to leave it there. Because I have learned that, like, it does seem that when you accept and deny stuff with AutoMod, that it does have some level of learning that happens. It's not very good, in my experience. And I don't know if it's trying to, like, just pull just from my actions, which is not sufficient to get any meaningful data from it. Or if it's just larger actions, like, broadly on the platform, and because that's such a wide range, you know, it's also would not be very useful. Okay. Oh, I haven't run anything like that. I've definitely had words that I've allowed that got auto-modded. that, you know, they have kind of like a good and a bad use. These aren't worth anything. And I would allow it, and then it just allowed it across the board. And I'm like, well, I don't want you to allow it across the board. There's a reason why Automod flagged that word. Because there's a lot of bad uses for it. It's like, well, it's there now. Okay, I've got espresso. And quality fertilizer isn't terrible. I'm thinking we need to actually get that inventory upgrade. We're officially hitting that point that my days of getting away without having that last inventory upgrade are starting to get skinny. Because once you start fishing, it's really easy. Why did I say skinny for that? It's really easy for your inventory to get out of control real fast, because there's just such a range of things you get, because each fish is its own item, each category of each fish is its own item. You get random junk that goes in there too, like the literal trash, and then like the geodes, and then like, you know, the jelly and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. So I might have to take care of that. We could drop off the quality fertilizer until we have a harvest. Then that might be worth messing with. Alright. As for the context of the nature of your chats, there are multiple channels on the platform where that just goes, Hammy, what the F? Because you're a veritable mountain of cursed knowledge and statements. Your girlfriend calls you Eldritch for this exact reason. Alright. That's certainly something. But I hope everyone's been having themselves a good evening, and then people have been enjoying this challenge. I've gotten very positive feedback from people on the challenge that, you know, you sit there and go, oh, it's a bit slow. Maybe people get tired of it real fast, all that kind of thing. And generally feedback though has been pretty positive. Oh, there's one tiny little tree blocking the way. There we go. You are not having a good time? I mean, that's fair, Cookie. Has nothing to do with stream. Gotcha. I was about to make a comment that was along the lines of like, you know, you're not having a good time, and then just be like, if you tried not being a weenie kind of thing. But that would be way harsher than I mean it. You know, like that's the making fun of Clint. That wouldn't be teasing. That'd just be straight up toxic. Cookie's just like, ow. Look, man. That one time I was standing near the gas pump, and you made the zombie bite sound. Look. I'm not gonna say I haven't forgiven you, but like, it may still be up in there. No, I'm teasing. You've been here long enough to know if you saw me, it's in jest. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's always still good to, like, gauge things, though. I gotta wait till Clint opens up. I'm gonna see if I have enough money to buy the 5 gold ore to get a gold bar, so I can make another sprinkler for that one in the corner. We'll just catch a fish or two in the meantime. Yeah, because once we max out fishing, that's it. I don't need to fish anymore. Okay, so 750 ore. Yeah, we can afford that. Once you forgot that you had your friend install a mod, played the grapefruit technique soundbite. If you ate a grapefruit in Zomboid, the next playthrough you grabbed a snack while looting, you really crapped yourself. Oh jeez. In your head, you keep dropping the N in Clint's name. Are you okay there, buddy? That's it's not a great mental typo to happen. Oh no, I'm trying to put that in there. Alright, so at 3 PM the gold bar's done. Did we wait for the gold bar? We're all here. Are any of us mental okay? I mean, everyone's dealing with something. There's absolute truth to that. Everyone's dealing with something. Some people's battles are harder, but we're all fighting battles. Alright, so at 3 we can get our gold bar. Make our sprinkler. That way I don't have to water those crops in the bottom right. And that'll leave just the crops in the far left side as the only ones I gotta water. And the good news is I believe tomorrow, I think we get our first harvest. Either tomorrow or the day after, so it's our first harvest of kale. And when we get our first harvest of kale, that'll give me a bunch of money. Now we can hopefully set up some more sprinklers, and you get the idea. This is gonna be a big part of what we're working on in this this day streaming. Is we're gonna get a harvest. I'm gonna get like a couple extra plots of farm, get another harvest, get a couple extra plots of farm. I'm just kind of pushing the fishing side of this a little bit because I can get a couple of tiles there. At 1,000 a tile, we get the money from the fish, plus the extra bonus like 5-10 tiles for maxing out fishing. So I don't want to like fully grind it, but I want to put a little effort in to try and get it moving along. If we keep getting these perfects, that'll help a lot. The other in inventory, you trekked far enough north to see the midnight sun. It's cool as heck. Oh, I hadn't seen that. That's neat. I understand a lot of that gets hard because it gets very cold. So you have to put a lot more effort into keeping your character warm. You're also coming down with something. The weather suddenly changed overnight and the pressure changed, and now your head is a balloon because of sinus pressure, and you think you're leading to a cold, headache, or flu? That's no fun. You feel like melted jello under pressure. Yeah, no, we've had a couple sudden weather changes the past couple months. Now, I feel like the only one who goes down the crab pot method for fishing in Stardew. Generally, it's kind of broadly accepted that the fishing bonuses are better because getting 50% more for each and everything labeled fish you sell is pretty significant. We actually have started down the trap side. This character's on the trap side. I just haven't gone out of my way to get a bunch of copper bars to make a bunch of the pots because I have to reach the shore to make it worth using. But my intention is because I'm not going to be grinding out fishing for money long term. But, you know, once we're kind of done with the level 10 fishing, I'm probably actually going to just stash my fishing pole away entirely unless I get short on garbage. Okay, we got one more minute. Honestly, by the time we get back, the gold bar should probably be done. Because then we can get the gold bar, and the reason I was wanting to get that done today as opposed to just going to bed, waking up for tomorrow in game, is if I get the gold bar done today, we can get the sprinkler and put it down. I don't have to water tomorrow. There's the other cold water, but it needs to stay constant instead of being cold one day and hot the next. You're sure you're not the only person to suddenly get sick today? Yeah, no, like I said, we've had 2 times, I would say, this season. We've had some really, really sudden whips between hot and cold. So it's very much been a thing. Like, it's absolutely decimated the plants in the area. Everywhere you go, there's a bunch of wilted and dead plants and trees and all that from where they got kind of flash froze and then hit with the heat immediately after. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been suffering from just the... Oh, hey, you're iridium quality. Like that. And sprinkler. Because then I can go right here. And I only got that little spot over there to water. Well, and that row there. And to make it so I don't have all that to water, the next move is going to be just buying more tiles. Getting more sprinklers, buying more tiles. That is the plan. Okay, so we got one more day on the bulk of the kale. Do we have anything on the board today? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I'm not going to bother walking all the way over there to fish today. We will just go ahead. It looks like we got another rain day tomorrow, which is great. I love when we get back-to-back rain days, and I just don't have to water our crops on it. Granted, that's very soon not going to be a problem I have to worry about anymore. We're like right in that transition where we went from not having sprinklers to having sprinklers, and just trying to take what we've already got and leveraging that as best we can to make money with all that stuff. I could sell the periwinkle. Alright. End up destroying all those trees at the top every time I need to harvest this area. Yeah, this area has to be done over more. But we'll get there. Okay. So. Go ahead and plunk down you. We've got plenty of season left. So we can sell the kale from Pierre. We'll go buy a ton more seeds. And we can get the kale planting and all that stuff. But hopefully this will get me some more tiles that I do think we want to go out our way to get in our sprinkler before we buy tiles. And that's gonna cost me buying almost 2,000, well, close to like 4,000 worth of gold nuggets. So you can make my gold bar. I have enough iron for the iron bar. And we're just gonna keep doing that kind of back and forth where we buy the stuff for a sprinkler, open up an area, plunk it down, get the seeds in that area. And then just keep going down. And each additional one I get will just be that much more income I get, which should be that much faster I can get the next tile. Eventually we will reach a point that we scale up to the point where it's 10,000 a tile. But then the hope is I'm going to be making just substantially more. Okay. Alright. And I know I'm buying more seeds than I need. I'm not willing to sit down here and do the math. And I know we're just going to have a bunch of different rounds of kale, so I'd rather just go, you know what? I'm just going to buy all this, be done with it, move along. That'll get us, like, a harvest and a half or whatever. That's good enough for our purposes. Ooh, sorry about that. Okay. So I can't afford another one, but that does mean I can afford 2 more tiles of land. So we'll get the sprinkler made, and we'll see what we can do to adjust the farm to get another section of sprinklers going. And just keep all that going, because right now we're technically not getting as many tiles worth of crops as we were before the sprinklers, because the sprinklers themselves are taking up tiles. And while I have expanded, it's not been by a ton. So we're losing out a bunch of space. But that should get better very quickly. Okay. I'd love to eventually get all these tiles just for my own not have to like cross over and do this all weird, but that'll be if I just find myself like once I hit like 10,000, I find myself just like I just got a bunch of money. Okay. So you've got your 2 gap here. So before we go and make mistakes, you go away right now. You're not needed here. I should have you already baking here. And I can unlock 2 more tiles. So I could do here is 1, 2. That was not what I needed to do. Aha! But it did in time where I could actually refund it. So there's the thing, you can refund your last tile purchase. And I could abuse that, buy a tile, go one out, knock down a tree, unbuy it, that kind of thing, because I need that tile. Okay, so I have to buy this tile here to put down in our sprinkler. Then I have my sprinkler up here. And I missed a spot there. I also realized I actually had spare of that already. So I could have not bought... Or I could have not bothered to smelt that. It's fine. It's not like it's really hurting anything. Okay, so you have until like 6 p.m. It's not raining tomorrow, so run over here. We'll do a little bit of fishing. And after a little bit of fishing, we can run back over... Wait. That's some foraging XP. It's really hard for me to get foraging XP. Pretty much my main source of foraging XP right now is to wait for a tree to grow and cut it down. And repeat that process. And we definitely need to push for the mares and not too terribly long. Alright. On the plus side, we already are about a fourth of the way up to level 10 on our fishing. Yeah. We're at 1,500 out of 5,000 XP for the level. So just under a third. It feels like I'm also getting less XP, because we had a couple of those that we were getting like 50 XP for a perfect catch, like no chest or anything like that. But it does seem like this one I've been mostly getting like upper 30s, which is fine. But it's curious that XP is going down. Now, granted, we have leveled up, so maybe because we have leveled up, we're getting like less XP per instance, because the fish are easier or whatever. But yeah, with like 30-something and change, every 3 fish is 100. So it's not that many fish. If you're looking in the ballpark of like 30, 40, 50 fish would be enough to max out the level. I'm just killing time while we wait for the gold to smelt. Supplementing our income till that's done. Because once we maxed out fishing, I gotta put away the fishing pole, and then days I don't have something to do, unless there's a fishing quest or something, I'm just gonna go ahead and, we'll just, like, go ahead and go to sleep, or whatever else can be productive. We won't bother fishing more. It'll have to be something we're, like, specifically going after, like, oh, here's a quest for squid, go get a squid. Oh, here's a quest for eel, go get an eel. I can see stuff like that, potentially. Even then, it's probably not that likely. Alright. And it would be good if we could start making our move on Joja as well today. I'm actually trying to consider the priorities. So the first priority is expand the farm. I think that comes first, basically to where I can reliably make relatively good money so that each harvest I know I'm getting like 10 tiles or so. Hopefully without being too incredibly laborious. No, your museum's probably closed, right? I don't remember what the museums are. Ours are. Sneaking in here last second. Alright. So we went ahead and got another thing there. That might be enough to push us up to getting our next set of tiles from the museum. I don't know where we're at with all that. Sorry. It's every 10 tiles or so. I get another for every 5 or 10 things in the museum, I get a couple more tiles that we just get for free at that point. And those are going to do a lot of work for us, as anytime we can catch, you know, a couple, like, when it's one tile, it's whatever. But if we can catch like 5, 10 tiles here and there, that'll go a really long way. I am yawning way more than I would appreciate it. I don't know who yawned out there, but you should be really sad that you caused us all to yawn. You know that's contagious, right? Once one person yawns, it puts everyone nearby out of equilibrium, and therefore everyone then must yawn. So it's like this one of those things that once you start, There's just no going back. Not until everyone's had a sleep. No, don't say that word, it makes you do it. Yeah, like, I've been good all day and just sitting here and it's just happy. It's like, stop. I have energy. Why are you doing this to me? Alright, so we got our sprinkler, so that's another set that we don't have to water. I also noticed I've missed a crop right there. That's excellent. Apparently missed one there as well. Doing great. Okay, that's fine. Got you coming up ready in a day. Let's check on the community board real fast, see if there's anything I can do. Because those are the ones that, like, when they give me a fishing quest being like, hey, we've got an overpopulation of this, you can actually get a decent reward. You get to keep the fish, so you make some decent money. And they can unlock some things. So those can be pretty solid choices. But then half the time they're like, go to the cave, and you're like, well, that ain't happening. Oh, right, the community board is what I was here for, not the trash cans. You're looking for bud guts, and you're looking for eggs. I do not have chickens, so that's not happening. And bug guts, I do not have access to the sewer quite yet. So that's not happening. Definitely gonna need to get some caffeine here in a little bit. That's not the way I need to be going. Because this is not cutting it. This is gonna be one of the really rough ones, is when I gotta go for that fast travel. That's gonna be rough. Okay, we've got all your junk here. No, I probably should have taken the Geo to Clint while I was in town. I don't feel like walking back right now, though. Alright, so we can go ahead and just pass the day. We don't have much to show for today. Got enough money for buying a tile, but I don't think the tile is our current backup. It's the getting our next sprinkler. Because each sprinkler, unfortunately, cost me a couple $1,000s. Like, very genuinely, getting myself another set of, like, 8 tiles that I can farm using the sprinklers is something like 15,000 bucks. Because it's like, for the tiles, because it's, 1,000 per tile, getting the 8 tiles I need, the 6 on the outside and the 1 in the middle for the sprinkler, but getting the 8 tiles so that I can actually farm, you know, that's 8,000 right there. And then between buying the iron and the gold, it ends up making like the last 5, 6, 7. Alright. So I can run this over. I do not have a spare iron bar. I do have 2 spare iron ore. But in order to get another gold bar, it's almost 4,000 gold. Maru. When does Maru go to town? Maru doesn't go to the bar on Fridays. Oh, Maru goes to town for, working at the doctor's office. Let's go over here and grab a Joja Cola from Maru. It just gives us extra things to work on that we could be doing something. Because I'm imagining some of those like helpful quests you do them, you want to get the payment from the people, which is certainly fine. But on top of that, then when you do enough of them, you get like certain rewards as time goes on. Like OS, there's like a cash prize you get once or twice. Alright. So zip on over here real quick. And the big question will be, does Maru go to town today or tomorrow? Maru is actively on her way now. This is perfect. Oh, perfect. Now I can continue the project I was working on. Thanks a bunch, Rual, Storge. Anytime, Maru. Anytime. Sell the little bit of kale. Yeah, it's not enough to do anything. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so that's not enough money to do anything worthwhile. Like I said, I think it's like 4,000 or something to get the gold. Got 750, and 750 times 5. So 750, that'd be 3,750, I believe. Is my math right? Because I'm not firing on all cylinders today, so I do not have confidence on that math. That's fine. Alright, so I can duck in here. Get another rainy day tomorrow, which means no watering on my behalf, which I appreciate. And now today I'm going to actually remember to take the geode over to Clint. Because we pop that geode, there's always a chance it'll give me gold or iron, thus making it easier for me to do those things. You also potentially get a choice off this board here for a fish quest. You want 6 copper ores. Alright. With 6 copper ores, it's enough for a copper ingot. And it's 2 copper ingots and some wood, I believe, to make a, actually, give me enough for 2 copper bars. And 2 copper bars is enough for us to make ourselves in our crab pot, I believe. Which could mean increasing that. I don't really see a reason not to. We gotta fish here for just a minute while we wait for Clint to open. So we can pop the geode and get the copper. Just making sure there's nothing urgent or important. Yeah, it's nothing urgent or important. Okay. Alright. More geodes, love to see that. Because it also gives me a good chance of maybe getting extra tiles out of the museum as well. Especially when they're geodes that I can't get a hold of easily. So like, the lava geodes, the ice geodes, those kind of ones. Omni geodes if we see them. Whereas like your regular old geodes, I can actually get those not too hard. But the other ones, until we push the mines, those are a relatively rare commodity. It was also interesting to me seeing a lot of the older builds of Stardew, the pre-release builds, that when you looked at the characters' portraits, a lot of the characters' portraits very genuinely end up looking a lot like you see slice of life sim games looking now. So instead of being the pixel art portraits that we have in the game now, they were like you know, where they're very pixelated by design. They were a lot more like, not anime, I don't want to overstate it, but like the kind of that cartoony anime look to them, but you know, mildly pixelated. So like Fields of Mystria, like some of their portraits, it was very much like that. And so it's really interesting seeing that, you know, like that was kind of the direction they had originally gone with. Yeah, they had an RPG Maker vibe, absolutely. And that they did opt to, you know, ultimately later go with what we have now. Oh, I have to wait to talk to you. Forgot about that part. Well, that's a bummer, because I have very full inventory right now. Okay, that'll help a little bit. But yeah, so it's kind of one of those things, like, looking at them, they're like, okay. Because I don't think I'd, basically, I think it was a good change to give them the more pixely portraits we have now. I think it gave Stardew a distinct look, which was good. But yeah, no, it's just weird, because, like, so many mods and all that for Stardew Valley are just around changing the portraits, and so many of them make the characters a bit more on the, like, anime side. Like, some are, like, full-blown anime, some of them are just, like, mildly, like, something kind of anime-esque iterations of the characters. And, you know, I actually enjoy anime, but, like, that still feels weird to me, like, that's not a change I'd want. But it is interesting to kind of, like, look back at some of those older portraits and be like, very weirdly, you started there, you switched to what we have now, and that's kind of like the thing you really liked. But, there is a very significant number of people who some of the big mods they go after is to immediately try and put them back to the types of things you'd see before. Now, granted, a lot of those anime ones, they're well endowed. You pull it up and you're like, okay, hang on. Like, a third of this character's portrait is their bust. And good for you if that's what you want. That's a little weird for me in a game like Stardew. Don't let me yuck your yum or anything. Still. Wait, it was in basically. That was one of the mods I found really weird was for Coral Island. Someone had a mod that got rid of the in Coral Island you got all your bachelor and bachelorettes and all that. And one of like the big characters that's in the game, she already has a daughter that you can romance and you can get married, and she does have a kid already. Which is interesting because they do the same kind of thing with the spouse room. And if you marry her with the daughter, that's Suki, that, you know, the daughter, like, what would be normally your spouse room is Suki, or is, not Suki. Suki's the adult, the, why am I blanking on the daughter's name all of a sudden? But it becomes that. But it's one of the things that she is a very beloved character, the mother, because it's a time in the game that they've represented. You've got like the single mom, but instead of them being very self-conscious about like she's out there and she'll like go to the beach and be in her bikini and she's rocking her like stretch marks and all that. Then people made a mod to get rid of it. And they're like, you understand, like, while she's not very overt about this, this is like a key aspect of her character is that she's a very confident person, you know, in a situation that a lot of people find themselves lacking confidence or feeling uncomfortable and all that. That's kind of a big draw to that character is just the fact that, you know, with everything, because they don't make like a big trauma thing or anything like that. It's just she was in a relationship and they mutually were like, yeah, this isn't, like, we're just friends. This doesn't make sense. But like, you know, she's just out there, proud, not trying to hide it and all that. Like, I remember the first time I played it, I was like, wait a second, she's got stretch marks. I was like, you go with that confidence. Because you just don't see that kind of thing in games. But Coral Island does a good job of like having very, very, very broad representation of just about anything. And it also does it a good job because it's stuff like that. The character never makes a big deal out of it. Like, it's never a thing. That's just who she is. And they do that with like everything, like regardless of what their background is. Broadly speaking, no one really brings it up. It's not forced, it's just people living their lives. And you're wondering what we're doing is we're waiting on Clint. So for all of you who are like, you know what, Clint's romanceable now, I can't wait to wait on Clint. You don't have to do this because you're not doing the Tileman challenge. You can just go behind the desk and talk to him. But for the ones of you out there who will romance Clint and do the Tileman challenge, you can look forward to this. Where if you decide to romance Clint, you won't be able to talk to him until he's done with his shift for the day. And you too will probably end up getting stuck standing by this river fishing, waiting desperately for your husbando-to-be, your very doughy blacksmithy husbando-to-be. Not doughy negative. He's just a bit of a doughy man. Doughy husbando, waiting for him to, you know, leave work so that you might commence the talking. It was also interesting seeing that the older versions of Clint were, he was never like chiseled and muscular. He was never anything like that. Like, I don't want to oversay it. Or anything like that. But like, he was definitely not quite as, like, they didn't quite give him as much bulk. He was a little bit leaner. Like, I wouldn't call him like skinny or anything. Like, it was definitely nothing like that. And he wasn't like Pablo in Coral Island, where it's like, you know, he's a very fit man. He was a bit more like just kind of like a, you know, dad bod, like positive view dad bod. He had a little bit of upper torso muscle, but a little padding in there as well. A nice healthy build. I mean, if he's going to be your husband, you could probably afford a few towels to go talk to the guy. No, I'm sorry. We gotta be very mindful of our costs here. Alright, so Clint will be leaving work in not too long. And then I need to show him the copper ore I bought from him. So that he might inspect the copper ore which I acquired from him to make sure things are good. It's about like the 5th time we've run this scam on him, and he keeps going for it. Which, to be fair, he did scam us back. That we hit the winter festival and we were his secret Santa, where he was giving us a gift. And he gave us a stack of geodes, and is like, oh cool, geodes. And you're like, wait a tick. I have to go to Clint to pay him to open those. Hold up. This man bought himself future business. And then on top of that, I think it was like, what was like 3 or 5 geodes. It was like all but 2 of them gave me stone. And I think like 1 gave me an okay metal to drop in the museum, and I don't remember what the last one gave me. I think it was like clay or something. It was basically like 1 gave me something okay, and then the other 3 were, like 3 or 4, whatever it was, were just, you know, utter junk. We're definitely Clint made out in the end. Okay, so right about to hit halfway to level 10. And that's a starting at basically 0 for the stream. Again, we're not grinding that out. I'm stuck waiting for Clint to leave work. And rather than stand here and do literally nothing, I might as well be working on the fishing. Because it gives me a little money, gets a little progress. You never know when I'm going to pull up a chest that's going to give me something good. Because we got a couple of items for the museum out of this past day or 2 in game. But we'll take the ore, we'll make another crab pot. I'll see if I can position it on the lake where I can get a second one. If I can't put it on the lake, I might put the crab pots up along the top here. Like on the bridge, see if I can't put them there. I actually don't know what the limitations are on the crab pot. I'm pretty sure I can't put them on tiles I don't own. Which is going to be a pretty big limiter. Hey, Clint, buddy. Pal, broski. I just need to have a conversation with you about the copper I bought you earlier. I hear you sourced it from this Nazir guy, and we need to talk about the quality of it. You brought the ores I requested, thank you. I like to inspect local ores from time to time to keep track of the quality and abundance. Let me take a look at these. I see. Thank you. You can keep these ores, they're excellent quality. And here's my payment as promised. Hey, what do you need? My immediate response with them, like him being romanceable, it's like, what do you need? What do you need? You big man? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with you saying that. That's a little forward. Can we, like, get a coffee or something? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the direction this conversation's gone. I think I'd rather go home. Find myself a book and hide under the covers for a few hours. Go to dinner at least. Yeah. Alright, so the good news that only takes 1 minute for a copper. Alright. Oh, the curse that's gonna be. I low-key cannot wait for all of the ridiculous Clint stuff that's going to come up with the Clint romancing thing. I'm also genuinely curious just how Clint's story is going to go now, because they're gonna have to do so much with it. At least it feels like they're gonna have to do so much with it. Alright, so 2 copper for the crab pot. I mean, obviously a lot of people are going to romance Clint because it's the new romanceable character. Fair enough. You gotta see that story through. I understand. I genuinely am tempted to do so as well. Just to see how on earth that plays out. But also, don't do that to yourselves. Like, for like any like serious playthrough, it's like, you don't want that. Alright, so I should actually probably be able to get the gold ingot today. Then I can drop you off as well. Why is someone like Shane better? Man, I don't know. So, like, you've got very different problems. So with Shane, you've got someone who is going through, you know, very genuinely serious depression. Like, very... Shane's got problems. He's also going through alcoholism and all these kind of things. Shane is not a happy camper. And the bigger concern is that you romancing Shane at the point that Shane's going through this potentially makes Shane's recovery dependent on you. Where if your relationship doesn't pan out, you are ruining that poor man. At the same time, like, it's kind of unfair because you're taking... It's not that you would be intending to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position, but the risk is real that you will unintentionally do that. So there's that whole side with Shane. Like, Shane needs to work on Shane. Once Shane's got Shane sorted out, then, you know, Shane can be fine after that. Now, granted, as presented with the whole thing where, you get to Shane's room when you get married and there's beer bottles in there, which implies relapse, that's definitely not a good feel. And so there's that side. Like, Shane's got Shane problems. I'm not saying Shane's a good choice. On the other hand, with Clint is obsessed with Emily, and he acts like a bit of a creeper on times. Like, just randomly showing up, you know, unwelcome, unannounced, to say stuff as you start romancing Emily. There's a lot of times he'll go with, like, whatever Emily has going on, but then, like, back out suddenly. He tries to get you to talk to Emily on his behalf as opposed to talking to her yourself. And so there's a lot of stuff like that. It's like, yeah, he's shy, but there's also a little bit that's like, no, Clint, this isn't just being shy. You're being not cool about this. Like, this is definitely creeping from that, oh, you're just shy, oh, you, to like, oh, you're someone we probably need to put a camera outside Emily's house to watch the doors and windows for, aren't you, buddy? And then you're going to romance him. And like I said, I'm not sure how they navigate that. And I'm very curious. Because unless they, like, literally, like, retcon the character where a bunch of those things get yoinked out, it's going to be awfully weird when you are romancing Clint, and meanwhile he is obsessing about Emily to a point where you're like, do I need to take my boyfriend and have him talk to the authorities or to psychiatric help or something? Because we need to work through this. So you're interested to see if he has an arc where he gets better? I'm assuming he does. I'm assuming he will, because it'd be pretty messed up if you end up marrying Clint and he is just pining over Emily the whole time, but can't bring up the nerve to talk to her. Because you're gonna be like, oh, Clint, buddy, this has to stop, or something bad's gonna happen to you on the farm, friend. Because I don't know how else to deal with this in the video game logic. This cannot continue. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom. I'm gonna get myself something with caffeine to get my brain re-engaged. And I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay. So one of the differences between Shane and Clint is that primarily the person Shane hurts is himself, whereas Clint makes everyone around him uncomfortable, especially Emily. Yeah, and if you're staying out like the romance side of things, that's kind of just a fair thing. But it is one of those things that like assuming like the room in your house. Oh, smallmouth bass for Demetrius? We could probably do that. Assuming it's like canon that, you know, his room when he marries you is full of like empty beer bottles and all that, which basically, you know, you can read between the lines, that dude relapsed. That's what that says. That dude just straight up relapsed. Then it is one of those things that, to be fair, it's like, okay, well, Shane at that point is effectively hurting you as their partner. And then, as mentioned, they do imply that Shane is Jas's godparent. You know, granted, they definitely demonstrate that Shane cares. Like, very, very clearly. Shane genuinely does care about the chickens and about Jas and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, if you're someone who's struggling with addiction, like him, again, alcoholism, just because you care doesn't mean the addiction doesn't have hold of you, that you've gotta work through it. And I'm pretty sure getting blackout drunk and talking about suicide on a cliff top does not invoke that it is a managed situation. As far as texting, you don't know if Jas is even aware. There is a scene where they do. I can't remember. I thought there was a scene that they implied that Jas is worried about Shane. That there's a scene where Shane is having a problem and Marnie walks in on him. And I want to say Jas runs away crying during the scene, which would imply that Jas is kind of aware that something's wrong with Shane, even if they never like acknowledge it in actual dialogue. Let's see. And the players find Clint's approach to Emily uncomfortable, but Emily never seems bothered. He's definitely creepy, I don't know, but poor social skills with potential abandonment. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, Shane has a more destructive problem. Clint's more just a frustrating problem, and again, like more creeper uncomfortable thing. You think Emily doesn't realize what's going on? She's pretty socially awkward herself. She just doesn't struggle with the anxiety side of it as much. Truly the thing is Clint needs someone to sit down with him and explain him he's being weird and rude. The second half of your message was regarding the scene. Oh, did I miss that? He doesn't mistreat her or anything. He's probably distant and not showing much enthusiasm with her. Yeah, no, they do imply that, like, and this is when Shane's improving. Like, they do imply, like, Jas and Shane going on doing a couple of things together. And, like, him being excited about spending that time and yada yada. That does, I forgot, is over here for gold nuggets and a smallmouth bass. But yeah, so it does seem like they have that relationship. We don't get enough scenes to really know one way or the other. But yeah, no, I definitely would agree that between Clint and Shane, Shane's issues are more destructive. Neither of them are healthy, but Clint, like, if you had to put a weighting of, like, whose problem's worse, yeah, alcoholism is worse than being, you know, socially awkward and a little creepy. If you could stop giving me catfish, which is weird to say, and instead give me your crappy smallmouth bass, that's actually what I need right now. You just find it interesting that the player base hates Clint so much compared to Spain. That's all. Oh yeah, and I mean, I've talked about it before. The thing I think that makes it why people dislike Clint so much is arguably Shane has a redemption arc. If you ignore the weird choice of aesthetic for Shane's marriage room, and you just either don't marry Shane and just go through the story, you know, Shane goes through. He starts out. He's having depression and alcohol problems, and he's going through the ringer. But at the other side of that, you know, Shane is now stopped drinking, he's got his chickens, and he's doing all that stuff. So he has his redemption arc. Again, now, that's unless you marry him and you have that weird thing where his marriage room, for whatever reason, includes beer bottles. Which is of course, a reasonable caveat to be like, hey, but, you know, a lot of people don't end up romancing Shane. There are a bunch who do. Meanwhile, Clint, on the other hand, if you go to the very beginning of the game, Clint is socially awkward and a little creepy. And you play through the entire game, while he has some scenes where it looks like he's finally going to break out of his shell, he always reverts back in the end. And at the very end of the game, he's a bit socially awkward and a little bit creepy. So he has like a literal zero character development. And while that can be considered like realistic, that there are people who they're not just going to magically change. Not that you can't, just like some people just won't magically change. It's perfectly understandable and reasonable for people to not change. From a gameplay storytelling side point, it's super unsatisfying in a game where all your romantic partners all have the thing they're dealing with, that you get to see that development and them get to the other side. You have a whole bunch of side characters who you see that development, they get to the other side of it, and they're all there. And Clint is just the stick in the mud who is just stays, you know, Clint just stays as Clint. So it's how unsatisfactory it is to have a game where about, you know, everyone's kind of working through their things. Because in a normal playthrough, even if you don't romance people, you get to see everyone's stories where, like, they get through the worst of their stuff, even if you're not romancing them. So it very much has the situation with Clint that he is a character with no progression, despite having kind of... I might have to wait for a day it's not raining. I'm getting nothing but the shad and the catfish. I'm running out of time here. So he's a character who lacks any character development. That's pretty difficult on this style of game, because a big part of these games is to get to know the characters, to see their stories play out and all that. And Clint's story is there is no story. Because you don't get wrong, Shane is a flawed individual struggling with mental illness, addiction, suicidal ideation, Clint's struggling with anxiety, poor self-esteem. And people start to do it. You think it's hard to empathize with this person because a lot have met this guy, and I think most people, the most of the part, people hate Clint is sort of for a bit. Same thing with Lewis. Yeah, no, there's definitely like people who like egg it on and take it past what it actually is. I would agree with that as well. Same with Pierre and Lewis. Like, yeah, Lewis like his whole like golden statue thing is whatever, but outside the golden statue, Lewis is pretty benign. Pierre kind of sucks. Like, if you stop and actually pay attention to what Pierre does, Pierre kind of sucks. Like, he's not the worst thing ever, but we've had the discussions that he price gouges and all that. He's got a lot of pretty garbage stuff. Shane also sympathetic. Oh yeah, no, that's like, you see some of those hard moments in, like, in Clint's story and all that. And some of those hard moments in Clint's story, like, you know, if you've been around a lot of people, you probably ended up knowing someone who at least was similar to Shane. Whether or not they were alcoholism or other addictions or other problems, but, you know, the person going through like depression and all that, and in many cases not winning that fight and all that sort of stuff, or not managing it, I guess is more accurate, not managing that fight. And again, especially with addiction involved, and it is one of those things that he can be unfortunately very relatable, that you can see someone else you've known in that character. Maybe not with the social awkwardness or whatever. Sorry, we were talking about Shane. You can see that with Shane, that like he can be very easy to sympathize. Clint, you usually run into people like that too, but it's not the same. But yeah, we'll see, because I actually, like, that's the curiosity with them making Clint romanceable. I do wonder how they're going to go and navigate some of that, because some of it'll be easy, like giving you more touch points with Clint so he can hopefully build a relationship. Don't you go up? Oh, you're definitely not coming this way for the rest of the day. You suck, Demetrius. I'm trying to give you your fish. But yeah, so I'll be curious to see how they actually have the character develop, because I would definitely say, with what we have for Clint right now, Clint doesn't have like enough story to make it comparable to our other romanceable characters, like so far as the character development, all that, which made sense because he wasn't a romanceable, and your romanceable characters always get more story. You feel that way with a lot of the non-romanceable villagers, especially the male characters, Pierre, Louis, Clint, Demetrius, don't have much demerit, which is a flaw in the writing of the game. Yeah. No, and it's not uncommon for a lot of this genre. A lot of games in this genre, you know, if you can't romance the character, how much are they going to get character development wise is pretty hit and miss. And your characters can be pretty skimped on that. The command, I believe, is Tileman. Do we not have that there? I don't. There you go. I'll get that added to that. But it's Tileman. Yeah, so you won't be done for the end of the day. Demetrius is probably in the house for the day, so that is what it is. Okay. Oh, what about the sponsor? Yeah, I can pin that. Yep. See, and I don't technically have to pin it for the sponsor, but it's when people ask about Opera GX, I can mention it and just be like, click the link. Plus, it also means the players just take one jerk moment of the character to project a flaw in the entire character, because nothing else to interpret. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's the same kind of thing I make the comment with Haley. Like, Haley, when you have your first interaction with her, she's really a jerk to you. Like, normally. Because she'll be like, you know, you'd be cute if you didn't dress so terrible. It's something along those lines. I'm like, well, screw you, lady. It's like, I understand you're kind of calling me cute, but you're doing it, like, the most underhanded way. Dear all Storge, tomorrow we're holding the Easter Egg Festival in the town square. You should arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to attend. You won't want to miss it. I honestly probably don't really care that much, I'm gonna be honest with you there, Lewis, buddy. We did so many festivals. And it'd be cuter if you smiled more. Yeah, that one doesn't bother me as much. Maybe it should. But I guess for me, it's still an underhanded compliment. But, like, that one doesn't really bother me super much. Backhanded. Yeah, backhanded compliment. Right, where you're getting a compliment, but she's also cutting you down at the same time. Yeah, Haley's one of those other characters who is actively rude, but she has development. Can't remember if it's non-romance events. She doesn't even know your name when you have that cutscene with her and Emily. Yeah. To be honest, she still isn't cute for you after you get to know her and seeing her true colors from Stranger. Like, that kills you for you. Yeah, that's the thing. We did a romance, because I've romanced all the bachelorettes in the game at this point. And Haley was one of the ones that I had started to romance her once when I was playing with friends and multiplayer first dropped. And, you know, we didn't end up seeing it through, like, the run-through. Just couldn't keep everyone hanging out at the same time, make the time and all that stuff around streaming or whatever. But ultimately what happened is, like, on stream, it was, like, the last character left. It's like, alright, we're gonna romance Haley. We're gonna do that. And even after you get married, she has, like, some redeeming things that she does. Like, she, you know, very, very loving compliments she gives you from time to time. But also at the same time, she's also got a comments where she's still just a jerk. And you're just kind of like, you know what? Look, man, I got a little bit higher self-worth than this. I don't have to put myself through this nonsense. Oh, I'm sure it does, Pyron. I'm sure it does. But it's still also one of those things. Like, usually the comment I have around that is more, okay, you know, regardless of if she has, like, a satisfying redemption or whatever on the other side of it, that, you know, she goes from being, like, abrasive to, you know, you warm her, her cold, you know, dead heart, to get you, you know, get her to be far more friendly and whatever. Even if all that is true, real life me, if the first thing you do is I walk up to you and you backhanded compliment me and are just rude to me, we're not having a second conversation. I'm not, like, don't get me wrong, I'll interact with you if I had to interact with you on a professional setting. But unless it was, like, the next day or whatever, you came back and said, hey, the other day I was having a bad day and I was really rude to you. Like, if you had, like, a heartfelt apology kind of thing, sure. Like, I can move past it or whatever. But if you just walk up to me and you were just, like, absolutely rude to me right on the get-go, we're probably not gonna be friends. Let alone anything more than friends. Not that I'm gonna, like, hold a grudge against you, but I'm just like, you're just not worth my time. Like, I'm not going to waste my like, well-being and time and pride on you. I got better things to do, like watch paint dry. Literally anything that is not having another conversation. And Demetrius wanted... small... Oh, wait a second. Hold up, hold up. You want 3 smallmouth bass. Well, we'll see if we can make that happen. But... oh, wait, you'll go to the bar today. Well, actually, I don't know if you go to the bar when it rains. We'll have to find out. We'll try for it. They might not go to the bar because of the rain. I don't remember. That's one thing I don't miss from playing this game when doing all the achievements. I don't miss memorizing everyone's schedules when, like, different weather and seasons and all that garbage. Because the first time I played, before, like, this is, like, we didn't really have the wiki yet on any aspects, so you had to kind of figure out where people were, and I wasn't using that too much anyways. And so if you wanted the achievement from maxing out everyone's friendships, you could either just play a long time, or realize that gifts are worth a lot, so just use the gifts and forget everything else. So I was trying to talk to them every day, and then gift when I could, to get everyone's friendships up. And so I had to, like, memorize, okay, Demetrius goes from here to there, on, you know, these days of the week, unless it rains, and then, you know, Demetrius stays at home, or whatever the actual schedule was. And I remember doing all that stuff. And people were like, wasn't that very rewarding? You know, you had a good time doing that, right? You know, clearly you don't want that stuff to, like, show where the characters are in these other games, this quality of life. It's like, hell no, I want the quality of life. I don't want to memorize all these arbitrary schedules. I got way too much more important things to do. Putting down my drink, wasn't watching. Like, and it was so frustrating at times because you'd think you had someone's schedule down packed. You're like, cool. I'm gonna go catch Leah. She's gonna be over here by the fountain. She should show up there sometime around 2, and then 2 would come by, and she's not there. And you're going, where the hell is Leah? And it happened to be the day she goes to Harvey, so she's on a different schedule from one day. You binged Stardew Valley from time to time, and you suck at social side so much. Mirrors real life, though. Yeah, there's things you could do. One of the tricks you could do is just hang outside the bar and just give diamonds to everyone but Sebastian. Yet Sebastian, if I recall, doesn't like diamonds, so you just have to give him something else. And that'll get you like 9 people knocked out a week. That you'll be able to get them all sorted. If you pop by Pierre's, you can usually get a bunch of them. That's the way I handle it. I just kind of figured out, like, where are the points I can catch a lot of people, get a stack of diamonds, and then, you know, chuck all the diamonds at them. The Junimo Magic should have showed you where people were on the map or something. Yeah, no, that's definitely one of the things that... The issue is, you look back to when Stardew Valley came out, and Stardew Valley, even by, like, Concerned Dave, was like, hey, I was inspired by Harvest Moon. Like, you know, basically, like, literally the video they put out today, the intro when he's showing the pre-alpha, he was like, I was basically making Harvest Moon. That was his thing. It was like, I was looking at Harvest Moon, I was making Harvest Moon. There hadn't been a Harvest Moon in a long time, I like Harvest Moon, I grew up with Harvest Moon. I wanted to make a Harvest Moon game. Like, not in a bad way or anything, just... That was the explicit goal. I was making Harvest Moon, and then kept just adding and, you know, iterating and making a better game out of it. Which is fair. A lot of games start that way. Where someone's like, I like this game, I want to make a game like that. Oh, what if it had this? You know, what if it had that? And they keep iterating and improving. Some games have a more holistic view at the beginning, but pretty much anyone, even those kind of ones that have, like, the big plan right from the start... You just got to be ready to adjust and pivot. The number of times a game has been in development, and it'll have some, like, silly feature that's supposed to be a big old nothing burger, and it gets added, and people are like, this is amazing. All this other crap that we were excited about, that we figured was going to be the big draw for this game, it's all terrible. This is the thing we focus our game around. It happens painfully often. That you have this thing, and there's just one mechanic that you're like, this is amazing, can we do an entire game? There's been games that have had stuff like gravity guns and, you know, grappling hooks and those kind of mechanics, that someone came up with it, and it was just super duper smooth and fun, that they're like, okay, scrap everything we've done. This is the new core of our game. Doesn't anymore. I was surprised how much effort he had put into the mines that abandoned it all. Yeah, no, that was the interesting thing. Like, the first iterations of the mine, where it's like he had all the side caves, I was like, okay, I can see where you got rid of that. There's poor visibility, it'd be annoying to deal with, it'd get confusing, you would have lots of room for problems, and it didn't really add anything to the experience. So sure, that first iteration, I could see why you got rid of the effort you put into that. Okay, so Demetrius and Robin are still up at home. But, like, then when he had been working on he had a procedurally generated cave that was very much Core Keeper. Like, everything he described, he even references, like, I was trying to make kind of effectively top-down Terraria, but you'd mine the walls and all that. And even the way, like, the walls vanished were very Core Keeper. They didn't kind of undulate when you hit them like Core Keeper sort of does. But it was everything else. And he had that for the longest time. Okay, I need you, Demetrius. You want to go to the bar and dance with your wife. Yeah, no, that was the thing. And, like, he's going through there, and it was funny because he had that whole thing and he'd been developing it. And he showed the prototype of it and everything. And you could see there's a lot of issues with it still, but it was pretty slick looking. Don't go up. Don't go up. Don't go up. Don't go up. Oh, you're turning up. You suck, and I don't think there's a reason why you would come back down over this way. What time do you go to the bar? He might go up to talk to Robin, and then he might turn around and go to the bar, because it is Friday night. But it is raining. But yeah, no, he made the comment that he is building all the procedural generation. It's one of the things that a lot of people don't realize. We'll have a game that's got like handcrafted worlds like we've got here. It'll be like, oh, I wish they would add procedural generation. It's like, you don't understand the amount of effort that procedural generation takes to make it not abysmally bad. Not even good, just not horribly terrible. Is almost a lot more work than handcrafting things. That generally when you're dealing with procedural generation, you either need to be talking at something of such an absurd scale, or that the world isn't that important to have minor details right. Please go to the bar. Don't go to your bedroom. Don't go to your bedroom. Don't you do it, Robin. Because you only get 2 days. I'm here. I'm waiting to see what Demetrius does. I'm hoping he'll like go outside, to like do his study or look at the river or something. Because if he turns up into that bedroom, we're cooked. Well, rip. The 10,000 bowls of oatmeal problem. Yeah. So it's kind of one of those things that it's very, very difficult to do good procedural generation. It can be done, obviously. We've got games like Terraria, but even like for Terraria, for example, if you go back to version 1.0 of Terraria and you look at its world generation versus today's world generation Terraria is amazing. The world generation back in old school Terraria got real janky at times, where sometimes the dungeon would just get cut open by some tunnel. You'd have all sorts of like weird. You'd have like occasionally have like an empty tile where it just wouldn't generate the world, and you just have this hollow spot in your world. There was lots of problems. Yeah, oceans drained into hell. The world generation would just have a tunnel that goes to hell, and your whole ocean would just go right on down. And that was after release. It took them a long time to get all that stuff ironed out. Okay. So in order to do another sprinkler, I'm needing a little bit more coal. Let's do like 1 or 2 things here to see if I can't get some trash. Remind of Minecraft where you have the villages perched on cliffs, half generates into a ravine. Oh yeah, Minecraft did the same thing where you just walk up. Sometimes it'd be just an empty, when I say tile, I'm talking empty, chunk that just goes and it just falls into the abyss. You'd have stuff get bisected by things. And that's with games that like procedural generation was core mechanics of the entire game. And most good procedural generation, they'll split the difference. That instead of being truly fully procedurally generated, they'll have set pieces, and they'll kind of just shuffle the set pieces around. So you have like this goes here, and then I've got, you know, a number of different set pieces, and I'll kind of just move them around a little bit, that kind of thing. The biome blending is pretty good nowadays, but some of the generated structures still get silly. Yeah. And that's a game that like literally that's all they've worked on for a decade, that they've been working on the procedural generation. But yeah, a lot of times when we play Project Zomboid, people be like, oh yeah, we should get procedural generation here. It's like, no. No, 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 no. This is a really well-made game when it comes to the handcrafted world. Like, procedural generation, while it'll give you new things to discover, certainly, and I can respect that. You know, where you just won't know things. We don't need that where it's spawning the city, and you just randomly have, like, the school pointing directly into a lake where you can't get into it because just this, you know, the different pieces set up wrong. Weirdly, they do actually have some mild procedural generation in Project Zomboid now. If you go off the edge of the map, there is, like, technically some generation that occurs over there. It's not what people are usually thinking of when they're talking about procedural generation just because of scale. Okay, so that one needs to be watered still, that one needs to be watered still. Oh, I already have seeds on me. We can go ahead and work on this. But yeah. It's one of those things that usually my argument is you gotta think of like what type of game you are and what's gonna benefit the most. If I'm doing a game that it's gonna be like a roguelike game that I'm doing resets again and again and again, that the exploration of the map is like the core mechanic, procedural generation is probably going to be a very important thing to keep that, you know, changing all the time. But when you have like this large enough map, oh right, stupid festival, stupid town and stupid festivals and wanting to have like community and all that gross stuff. Don't they know I've got money to make? Yeah, no, Product Zomboid's map is handcrafted. That's the reason why Ash is saying that, is the game is already janky with a map that is not going to introduce more jank by being procedurally generated. With the procedural generation, the jank would be even worse. Yep. Well, that's one of the things, like, that's come up as well as people saying, oh, Satisfactory. They asked the devs a number of times to do procedural generation, and the devs were like, no. No, no. No. Whereas on the flip side, Factorio does procedural generation. And I'll point out, when you're thinking about purposes of the map, I'm far more interested in what's going on in Satisfactory's map than I am in Factorio. Factorio's map's great because when I need more resources, I just keep going out farther. You know, and it keeps going on, you just keep getting more and more. But, yeah. With Satisfactory, like, you actually feel a reason to explore. I really don't want to talk to everyone. Hey, Leah. The punch isn't as good as last year. It's missing something. Yeah, the booze that Pam didn't smuggle into it. Do you think everyone's ready for the egg hunt? Yep. I want to talk to all you people. Speaking of Zomboid, you just had several errors being thrown per second, but the game wasn't really breaking in any important ways, so you still got through the normal 5-hour session, ended up with 638,000 errors. Yep. It's time for the highlight of today's festivities, the annual spring egg hunt. Calm down, kiddos. You're going to need that energy if you want to compete with all the adults competing as well. Now, is everyone ready? Alright, go push over the children. That's right, adults. You go compete in the Easter egg hunt and you shove those children over. You demonstrate that you are definitely the stronger of the two, between you and small children. Okay, I'm definitely not taking them. Give me the egg. Looking on not getting my egg. Yeah, no, I know Factorio's procedural generation is pretty slick. My comment is more like, with Satisfactory, you've got like the hidden slugs and all that, and they're hidden in ways that are kind of interesting and clever and all that stuff. Whereas Factorio, it's mostly just, oh, I missed an egg down there, that would have been easy to grab. No, it's right there. I didn't want to talk to you, Maru, I wanted the egg. Ugh, talking to people. Wow, would you look at all these eggs? The same joke I tell every year. You know, you kids are probably actually around like 18 years old now. The farmer's been here for like 4 years almost. Is that right? How are you still children? Now the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Probably not me, I didn't do well this year. Rual Storge. Here's your prize, enjoy. I'm so accustomed to, like, playing with Ridgeside Village the last time, where, like, winning the Easter egg hunt is actually pretty brutal because Jas and Vincent get their scores put together. So they genuinely score pretty well. So I had to be like, I got 18 eggs. I'm doing good. Ah, we need to go to Clint to get those geodes hatched. Opened, not hatched. That's not how geodes work. It's not necessary for Factorio. You have so much intricate map, and the degrees of freedom are incredibly fewer than Satisfactory. Satisfactory generated map. Yeah, no, I think like that's just kind of the highlighting is I think Factorio being a generated map, procedure generated map, is the right choice. You are looking at scaling a factory infinitely, and it lends itself very much to some very rapid horizontal scaling. Whereas, on the other hand, with Satisfactory, it's a little trickier for, like, the just macro scale kind of expansion. Just because of the nature of, like, 2D versus 3D kind of thing. But with that, they've done a really good job of leaning into Z-axis having depth and everything. And again, hiding stuff over and under and making you go through and needing to jump over stuff and all that, that it does lend itself very, very well to that. And I wouldn't say, like, either's is the better strategy. I think they're two games that exist in the same genre and thematically overlap heavily. But the moment you get past the thematic overlapping, they really are very different games. Like, yeah, you're gonna have the same thing where, like, both of the games, you have splitters and mergers and all that stuff. But, like, for example, there's no inserters in Satisfactory, and that's a core aspect of, Factorio. But Satisfactory has where you actually plug the conveyor belts into the machines, so the machines just dump the materials directly in, so you don't need the inserters to pick stuff up and, like, toss it over. So it's, again, like I said, they've got a lot of overlap. They're like very adjacent. Don't break my heart again, Demetrius. Don't tell me to bring you fish a second time and then not answer your door. Don't do this to me, buddy. I deserve better than this. Not much, but at least a little. We'll catch one fish, we'll get our seeds, for the farm. I also gotta check how much longer we have for, like how long the kale takes. Versus how much is left of the season. Because I don't want to buy a bunch of extra kale seeds and then just have those sitting in our inventory because we can't grow them. So you take... Well, 6 days is actually pretty short. We're fine. Yeah, 6 days, even with the stuff I'm planting, I get 2 rounds. Okay, and I believe that's enough that I can also get myself another sprinkler made. And then we could work on unlocking the tiles to put the sprinkler to use. Alright. You know what? That's fine, Clint. I will buy your 1 copper so I can make another thing there. We'll buy 4 of you. 5 of you. I don't really like buying the coal. That's enough coal. Because yeah, with that copper, I can make a crab pot. So we can add to our crab pots. And then we've got the iron and the gold. And with the iron and the gold, I can get myself another sprinkler online and potentially expand the farm. If we can afford the tiles. I only got 1 tile's worth of cash on me. But there's always the possibility we unlock additional tiles through various events, and then, you know, if I do fishing to get this bream for Demetrius tonight, then I'll probably get a couple more thousand from that. We have been fishing a lot more than I have been the last couple days, but I'm kind of in that home stretch of being like, let's just get this fishing done. Alright. And we're getting all this sorted. In hindsight, I should be running up here and dropping the gold in there as immediately as possible. Or any ore, for that matter. Basically, get the smelter working, because we won't get done what needs to go in the smelter unless I'm using the smelter. Alright, we can buy the middle tile, because that's where a sprinkler can go. That should be enough to get me access to all the others. What's this challenge? This is the Tileman challenge. You'll notice there's a grid on the map. So let's say I want to go over here and build more farm. You'll notice I can't move past this. These are open tiles, but I can't move over here. That's because of this grid. If I grab this thing, it tells me it's 1,000 gold to buy that tile. So if I want to move onto this tile, to be able to use this tile ever in the future, it's 1,000 gold. And that's every tile that's like that. So all these areas I'm running around now are tiles I have purchased at some point. Now, the price did start lower. It just didn't stay that way. I really should have gone the other way around. That's fine. Let's see. I can go ahead and fish for some garbage to get myself some more coal. But yeah, so it's very much a slow burn challenge where you're kind of strategically trying to use your money to unlock as much as you possibly can. Knowing that the price is going to keep escalating more and more. Where you see that I don't have much room on the farm itself, that's fine. We've gotten all the way to Robbins and Clint's and gotten our fishing pole from the beach and whatnot. But the farm itself was a low priority to getting access to a lot of things. I just need enough money to support myself. And now where we're at in the game is I'm starting to work to fill out the farm because I finally got access to sprinklers. Like, to give you a scope of the speed of this run, we got to Pierre's, being able to buy seeds, in winter year 1. We had to get all the way to winter just to be able to buy seeds. From then, we basically... Until that time, I had to dig up clay as my primary income. Once I got there, I don't remember when we got to Clint. It was like a half a year later or something like that. Maybe longer. Okay, so you got about 2 minutes. The bream, I think, show up at like 9 or 7. Alright, Ellispin. Thank you so much for the 60 stream streak. I do appreciate it. And you have yourself a good lurk and all that good stuff. So let that cook for a minute. Then we want to run over and see if we can't snag a bream real fast to give to Demetrius for his little quest thing there. Alright. But yeah, so where we're at right now is we're effectively working on scaling up the farm. How is your coverage? Yeah, so with that, I should be able to go... Yeah, that'll be perfect. So I'll go one more row out, and then after that row, I'll need to put down another, I'll need to put down our scarecrow. So I'll, like, shift that over. Okay, well, those process. Just wanted to make sure I had it locked in where we get our sprinkler tonight so I don't have to water stuff. Well, those process, we're going to go take care of trying to catch the bream for Demetrius. Because all that. Is it because you can't use it yet that all trees grow? Or did it start growing? It's because I can't use it. We're in year 3, I believe. If I remember correctly. No, year 4, actually. And I haven't been able to reach anywhere but that one section of my main farm, so far as my farm goes. You'll notice I've got like a narrow path through most of town. I can't actually reach the beach itself. I can reach the beach, like, map, but just barely to step in to grab the fishing pole. I can reach only robins at the mount. I have not gone to the mine yet. We haven't gotten to Joja or the community center yet. We are going to be pushing probably Joja route just because I don't even want to think about trying to go for the community center route with this challenge. There are so many things the community center needs that you kind of have to get to specific spots and all that. That'll just be infuriating to try and deal with this. Versus Joja, Joja speaks a very clean language. It's called cash. Alright. My hope here is that we can quickly fish this, run up to Demetrius. I think Demetrius goes outside during the spring, in the evenings. I can't remember if he stands by the river or whatever, but that doesn't matter. We could still reach him. So right now Demetrius is in the house. I believe Demetrius in the evenings goes outside to like stand by the river or like to the south. And even if we can't reach Demetrius there, what I can do around that is when Demetrius tries to walk back to Robin's, I can intercept him. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's go up here. Try and catch Demetrius. Alright, so Demetrius is almost certainly not going back outside. So we'll have to see about tomorrow if we can catch Demetrius. And if not, then we just sell another bream, I guess. But yeah, so we haven't really been focused at all on trying to build up relationships or anything like that. With the highly limited mobility we have around this map, it would be just an exercise in frustration. Weirdly enough, I haven't checked in a while. Okay, so Leah's back up 1 heart. Demetrius has gone down 1 heart. You're not ready for me to warp through that man like that. Oh, Maru? Yeah, no, I can't walk around her, so all you do is just, if you keep walking at someone, you'll eventually like just push right past them. It's the same kind of thing where if you block the path, they'll stand next to you for a couple of seconds. They'll get kind of a little frustrated mark over their head. And then they'll just kind of like walk through you. And there's our sprinkler. And it's a little bit more farm switched over. And then this tile, I just need to get the sprinkler mostly. Go here, grab the wood. Gonna put down our crab pot if I can. I'm not sure I can put one there. I also don't think it's worth spending $1,000 to unlock another crab pot tile right now. Later, it certainly will be. But at this stage of the game, it might be one of those things that we end up putting the, yeah, I won't do it right now. So I think we'll do is we'll go and make it a point to set the crab pot. We'll try putting it by the river by Clint's, because I believe I can put it on the north side and just drop it off. I don't remember exactly how that works. If I can't find a spot to put it, that's a problem. I mean, it's not a problem, really. It's inconvenient. Alright. We've got you. Got all you. I don't have immediate need for these things, so I am going to go ahead and sell them that way. They count towards our total sales. I'm assuming Clint's at home. Yeah, Clint, or not Clint, Demetrius is at home. So now I can try doing is seeing if I can put the crab pot on the north side of the bridge. I don't think I can, but I haven't tried to do anything like that in ages. No, hey, free dandelion. We got the new board here. We go into the cave. And you want me to do green beans. Which, you're way too late for me to be considering that now. There we go. Wait, Demetrius leave the house? No, you're still there. Alright. So let's head up here and see if Demetrius is going to just be hanging out in the house by the lab and everything. I don't keep track of their schedules super well, but Demetrius does have a bunch of days where he goes and he stands by the river, stands by the lake, goes up near the mine, not into the mine, but near the mine. He'll walk down here and stand by the fountain on some days. Other days he goes to the bar with Robin to dance. Just in case he pops out, let's make sure I have that ready. We're gonna see if we can't catch him. I haven't looked at her stuff in a while. Yeah, it's all the paths and all that. Yes, the big thing was to be Demetrius getting over here, which he'll do eventually today, I believe. I just don't know when. Because the big question is, he'll hang out in the kitchen for a while, and eventually he'll might go down to the lab or he might go outside. After he goes to whichever one of those, it might be the reverse, might be one of those things. I don't keep track of his schedule. But I'd really like to drop stuff off. Honestly, do I really want to do these quotes? Because it's one of those things I'm suspecting eventually we get goodies from doing a lot of these. Yeah, I mean, we get okay money. Alright. When are you going to move, Demetrius? It's also interesting that Maru helps, like, do the scientist stuff with her dad. Like, she is, like, an engineer in her own right. She has her inventions, and she's a doctor. So all I can say is Maru is an overachiever. That she's like, ah, I could seek, you know, a profession. What if I became a doctor? And an engineer? And a scientist? What if I did all three, though? Let's just throw politician in there, because why not just do it all? Maybe a lawyer while we're at it? Alright. How long are you gonna stand here? Are you gonna step outside, Demetrius? Meanwhile, Robin's like, can I help you with something? You okay? Rual? Earth to Rual, you're just staring into my husband's lab, and it's a little unnerving. Okay. I do appreciate that they gave him an animation that's just basically writing down tons. Because that's what a lot of actual science looks like. Look at thing, record data. Look at thing, record data. Process data, look at more thing, record data. Look at the thing you already looked at, record more data to observe that it's still doing the thing that it previously did. Introduce another thing, record the thing, get more data. At what point in the relationship bar would they allow you to talk in their room? You're asking because you've gotten frustrated trying to raise a relationship with people who spend a lot of their time locked away in their room, and their rooms are locked if you don't have it high enough. Was it 7 hearts? I don't remember if it was like 5 or 7 hearts. I want to say 7 hearts, but I don't say that with confidence. I'm sure someone knows offhand or could pull it up on the wiki really fast. My suspicion is if you're saying that, you're probably talking about Sebastian or Leah or Elliot, would be my guess. Because they tend to be the ones that go in their rooms for long periods of time. Base game is 2 hearts? That feels like it's way lower than I thought it was. Is it really only 2 hearts? Well, I mean, if it's 2 hearts, it's nice and quick for you, so that's good news. That's good news. When you get the first cutscene, you can enter the rooms. Alright, get out here. Get out here, don't turn up. Yes. Yes. Maru helps me sometimes in the lab. She's a good kid. Demetrius, step away from those. I don't want to accidentally give you fish. Oh, Storge, you brought the item I asked for. Thanks. Here's your payment as promised. Yeah, okay, now 2 hearts is not bad. Yeah, if it's only 2 hearts, it's not too terrible. But yeah, my immediate guess is that we're talking about Sebastian. Because I definitely remember Sebastian was agony to catch him outside of his house. Elliot and Leah can both be pretty rough as well. Both of them do leave their houses quite a bit. I want to say Leah's pretty tough in winter. I want to say she spends a lot of time in her home in winter. Harvey's not awful. Because he works a lot. But yeah, I know it was, yeah, your best bet with him, and most of the other hermits, is the saloon on festivals. Yeah, now there's one thing. Almost all the characters we've been talking about there, Leah, Sebastian, and all them, almost all of them every Friday, they will go to the bar. And if you bring a couple of good things, like to gift, you can do that. Let's see. Concerned Ape heard complaints and adjusted Sebastian's schedule to send him outside in the evenings so people can get his heart levels up enough to enter his room. Yeah, because like he has like more. I don't know about anything recently, but I know he had like his smoke break with the railroad tracks. I think they made him do a little bit more of that kind of stuff. And a lot of that kind of thing, which is good. Because definitely remember when the game first came out and trying to get everyone's max friendship and all that stuff. And I remember just dealing with that man not like, you're playing the release version You're stuck playing the release version. Like 1.0? Interesting. Like, do you mind me asking, like, why you're stuck on the release version? I'm just... Because I'm pretty sure, like, all the console versions have long since been updated. I was gonna say that Sebastian is the worst to get started with. I think hard to start, if you were a Stardew character, would I even... You'd be even worse than Stardew. You would be even worse. Jeez, words are hard, man. We're all out of wording today. No more wording. Wording's done. Especially though it helps. Get your kitchen. Get Linus up. And he loves sashimi. No fiber optics, so you can't get good enough internet to update your console. Oh, interesting. Because I would assume just being on the internet would be, like, on a stream would be worse for bandwidth than Stardew, but I mean... If it is, like, if you can't, you can't. I mean, like I said... What you're using now is data? I mean... Internet's internet. Now, granted, it could be... Yeah, like, sorry, I'm just not understanding. I'm not trying to be dismissive or anything. But yeah, either way. Like, regardless of the why. Like, regardless of the why. If you are stuck on the original version, if we're talking about Sebastian specifically, he does go to the bar on Fridays. So, if you bring something Sebastian likes to the bar, you would only have to do, like, 1 or 2 rounds of that. And you'd probably be able to snag him then. And so you'd only need, like, 1 or 2 loved items out of him. And that should just be, you know... Then you should just be good to go and invade his privacy. Alright. So let's see here. We've got a couple thousand. But not enough to do anything yet. I don't feel like grinding the fishing if there's no... anything. So we're just gonna go ahead and crash for the day. And advance the day. And we're gonna see what we can do happen so far as, getting that extra area on the left. I do think I want to push for Lewis. That, he's got his prize bin, and I'm starting to get a decent number of tickets that it might actually be worth me taking a little detour just to actually get that prize wheel. You're using your phone plan where you have unlimited data, but you only get 10 megabyte hotspot. So you can't update the console, which is like 300 megabyte, not to mention the game itself. Yeah, no, that's fair. I gotcha. Yeah, no, it makes sense. That was the reason I was just a little bit confused, is, like, where I'm at, you know, you can just use, like, the internet. Even if it was slow, that wouldn't be a big deal. But I do know there are places where data caps can be pretty egregious and all that, and, you know, obviously you gotta deal with what you gotta deal with. But yeah, no, that's, yeah, like I said, if we're talking Sebastian, Friday night. If we're talking Elliot, I think Elliot is also Friday night at the bar. Leah is also another shut-in Friday night. The Wizard's easy to go by. He's always in the same place and open. Who else? I mean, I know Alex locks himself in his room to work out, but that's pretty infrequent, so he's not too bad. So I can't imagine that to be one. And Harvey's not too terrible either if you just go in and catch him at work. Oh, Elliot does not go to bar? I thought Elliot went to the bar on Friday nights. I could be wrong about that. If Elliot doesn't go to the bar on Friday nights, you can catch him on the beach most seasons, but some days he can be like in his house most of the day. Like he only leaves his house for like a window. Like there's one of the seasons that Elliot literally stays in his house almost the entire day. And it's something like 2 or 3 o'clock. He leaves his house, walks up, looks at the river, and then walks back and goes back in his house, and that's it for the day. Like, he just straight up doesn't go out during some of those days. But yeah, it is a thing that you got a couple people that are a bit of shut-ins that getting their relationship set up first could be tricky. Another thing you can do is camp out Pierre's. Almost everyone will go by Pierre at least once a week. With the exception of there's a few that instead go to Joja. But they will go to one of the two of them. Yeah, you can also grab the wiki. The wiki will show everyone's schedule, like who goes where and all that. Sounds a lot like sad seasonal affective disorder. Yeah. Unless you know how to hook up a system to unlimited data, you'd try, but the hotspot has a cap, and you couldn't find a better plan. You could use physical cards. You get the Walmart. You can deal with it being slow. Yeah, no, I didn't realize you were using your internet through your phone and all that stuff. Yeah, that's a tricky one. It's honestly surprising there hasn't been more stuff like people bringing their consoles to the local library or whatever, and just, you know, getting them on the Wi-Fi. You know, finding some outlet, getting them on the Wi-Fi, putting like a little crappy TV. Something to try and get them updated. Did that, won't allow it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, that's genuinely fair on the library's part to be like, look, man, we're not having you lug your crap in here and connect it to the internet to update. You know, and just hose our internet. As that becomes, like, the new reason everyone's going to the library is just to hijack the internet. Yeah, no, exactly. It sucks. It makes sense, but it sucks. Can't get a largemouth bass. Used to go to truck stops all the time. Yeah, usually you can find some place. It's a big matter of it being a console. You gotta deal with the TV situation. The console doesn't work on its own. No, they would allow you to try, but they don't want people downloading stuff from their internet. Yeah. No, I got you. Like, if you're in an area that doesn't have a good internet connection, particularly readily available, I can certainly understand, you know, pulling a large set of patches can be a whole thing. You used to play your PS4 on a TV at truck stops? Gotcha. A big key thing is also to think about, we don't know where David's located, because that could be a major factor in these types of conversations. That the circumstances can be very different based on regional. I'll leave that one alone, actually. But yeah, but onto your key thing there. There is a lot of opportunities for places you can like every character has touch points you can meet them at. Whether you use the wiki or just have to learn it by kind of like following them around or whatever. That's a big thing. The good news is it doesn't take Illinois area. Interesting. I would have not anticipated much issues in the Illinois area. Like maybe you're like way out in the sticks, I could see it being a thing. But usually a lot of Illinois, especially like the burbs, all that, usually has pretty good internet. But again, you could be like way out in the woods or something. That I could imagine that'd be a whole thing. Yeah, I'll probably need to buy the tiles there. So you're done in a day. Yeah, basically until those are done, or we get some other quests, we're just gonna move this forward. 15 to 30 minutes to get to nearest town? Gotcha, yeah, so you're just dealing with a situation where you're like in a very rural living situation. And for all the perks I can have, so far as not having to deal with neighbors and whatnot, there is unfortunately the consequences of, you know, grocery shopping is a pain in the butt because you got to drive 30 minutes up the road to hit the grocery store. You know, that kind of thing. Well, satellite internet can get really expensive. Depending on what you're looking at, satellite internet can get proper expensive. It really depends on the options. Because unfortunately, a lot of that stuff, weirdly enough, satellite can be very localized. Oh, for an online payment for satellite internet, that's a perfect thing to just go to a library or any public place that'll have internet. You know, they make you pay like to use it for a couple of hours. That'd be perfectly usable. Was it you will say Illinois has better rest stops along the highways like Colorado does? Colorado's done its best to remove all the rest stops they can. Florida's the same way. We have only a couple. We have a couple places that have rest stops still, but it's kind of like only like one or two places where you have like these major areas where there's just nothing around that they've kind of kept them. But by and large, a lot of the rest stops are kind of just gone. All right, so we'll drop over here, sell these to Pierre. See if we can't get in our sprinkler to happen. Expand the farm. You can confirm with Colorado resident there's maybe one or two in the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know what we're down to. I know there was a ton on the way through here when I was younger. It seems like a lot of the rest stops went away and got replaced by other things. So, for example, there used to be a really big rest stop. I don't know the road off the top of my head. But, like, if you were coming down from, like, the Georgia area, coming into Florida, like, towards, like, Jacksonville and all that, there used to be this really big kind of rest stop, truck stop, whatever you want to call it over there. And that's gone, and now it's a Buc-ee's. Which, don't get me wrong, a Buc-ee's, in a lot of way, overlaps what a rest stop does anyways. It's got, like, you get gas and all that. But there's a difference between it being, you know, a rest stop, where you can just go in, it's just publicly available stuff, and then what's effectively a private business that happens to be providing a lot of those needs that a rest stop used to. So in a lot of ways, it took like the publicly run rest stop and just made it a privately run gas station, store, restaurant thing. Yeah, the one you're thinking is basically on the southern state line. Yeah, that's what I kind of see is the rest stops I know of off the hand in this state, like actual rest stops, is I believe on, I think it's I-4, which is one of our major north-south roads here in Florida. There is an area where you just get like way out in the sticks and there's nothing for like an hour, and there's one rest stop out there. And I know, and I haven't been there in a while, but that's still around, where it's, you know, it's an actual like publicly run rest stop where there's you know, there's a couple little, like, restaurants kind of running there, which is, I think, probably the only reason it's still around, is they've got, like, 3 or 4 businesses based out of there. Yeah, I can get another sprinkler. You know, you got four or so businesses based out of like your McDonald's and that kind of stuff. I think that's the only reason that it's still present. But broadly, like I said, the one that where the Buckeyes or the Buc-ee's is now, that used to just be a public rest stop. Yeah, one say you go to the other states and you go through like 2 rest stops within 10 miles. Oh, spoiled. Yeah. Yeah, that was it's been a number of years now. I did a road trip up to Ohio because we historically have family from up there. Like my grandmother and my dad's side's from up there. And she had a house up there that, you know, my folks still have. And I can't remember what we went up there for. We were going up there for some reason. More like there was a couple things just to do around that house to keep it in good repair. And just using it as an excuse to go someplace with seasons. And I decided to road trip it, because my parents always road tripped it, historically. And that is not a thing I'm doing again, because F all that. F days of driving. Not really days, but F driving that length. It could go die in a fire. People who love to do that, you can keep that to yourselves. Because, the heck with all that garbage. That was miserable. To be fair, I got routed off of the actual main route that I should have had to take to a side route because of, there was like construction or whatever. So instead of taking what should have been like a relatively major highway, I was going on all these winding roads that like hugged the mountainside. I don't remember what state that was in. And it was just like, these roads were not made with 2 vehicles passing each other in mind. Not really. And then having like semis trying to pass me on one side while I'm trying to like squeeze around on the other. And you know, obviously I'm here and it went fine. But it was definitely like, this is just stupid dangerous. Like, how do people not die on this road like every 3rd day? There is no room to maneuver if anything happens. Like, you gotta be at absolute focus to stay on this. But, you know, I rode up there, or I drove up there and I drove back down. I was like, this is not a thing I'm doing again. I've found as I've gotten... Did you die? Absolutely. But got it better, so it's not too big a deal. But, it's absolutely one of those things that, like, when I was young and I first got my first car kind of thing, yeah, I loved driving. I thought it was great, driving around all over the place. You know, then later on in life, I had a convertible for a while, and I really enjoyed that. But it's just been one of those things that, like, over the years, my patience for dealing with driving has definitely gone down considerably. Like, I don't want to be stuck in traffic. I don't want to deal with these things. And so it's just kind of been one of those things that, like, the things that, you know, made driving interesting to me, it's just like, man, I don't want to deal with people. I don't want to drive around. It's not fun anymore. It's a thing I do because if I want to get from point A to B, in the US, your choice is a car, or you don't, in a lot of places. Some places have some pretty good public transportation, but broadly speaking in Florida, like, unless you live at your place of work, your ability to go without a car is extremely difficult. Nothing is nearby anything. It's all suburbia with, like, dead ends and cul-de-sacs and, you know, like, if I want to go to, like, the nearest the nearest place for like food or whatever, it's going to be over a mile, which isn't that bad, all things considered. But when it's 98 degrees and like 70-something% humidity and all that, that really limits what you can do. Because you'd go out there, it's like, sure, you'd arrive at the other place, and you'd just be a sweaty, sopping mess. Like, dehydration starts to be a genuine concern where you gotta carry around a water bottle with you just to walk out there. And it's just because they put all, like, the residential, like, tucked on its end. There's, like, very little mixed zoning. So it's just it's very hostile to anything but cars. And I'm glad it's better. Like, one thing that's definitely better is I remember in my late teens, early 20s, if you were trying to ride a bike, like bicycle, you'd have people that scream at you to get off the road, even if there's like nowhere else for you to go and all that. And legally, you're supposed to ride on the roads in a lot of those situations. You know, I told the story at one point that I was riding my bike to work because just by the nature of the way the paths were and all that, it was something like to drive it was like 3-4 miles, but if I rode the bike, it was considerably less. That the bike was often the faster route for me than the drive. And I had one day on my way to work that someone yelled at me to get off the road, swerved around me while on a double stripe, and threw a beer bottle out of the cabin of their truck at me. Didn't hit me or anything, like didn't get hurt or whatever. But it's kind of one of those things where he stopped and just had to process being like, okay, hang on. If there was a cop watching this and pulled this guy over, how many laws just got broken? Because one, you passed in a double line, and you're not supposed to pass there. The road is too narrow for you to pass a bicycle safely, so that's also another moving violation. You would be fined for that. For those who don't know, if you cannot pass a bicycle with having a gap of, I believe it was 3 feet between you and the bicycle, you're not supposed to pass. You had an open alcoholic beverage in the cabin of your car. That's a big one. That's a real big one. That's a real big one. That gets you in serious trouble. You were clearly drinking it because it was in your hand. So, you know, that's another thing. Drinking and driving, that'll get your butt in jail if things aren't good. You chucked it at me. That's assault. Probably speeding too, but I can't say for that. But it's just kind of one of those things that you stop and just go, all right, hang out. In this moment that you did this, like, you just dropped a litany of laws you just broke. That if a police officer saw you, you're not getting to work today. You're gonna be lucky you get to work this week. And if you still have a driver's license on the other side of this. And it was just shocking. Like, don't get me wrong, I had plenty of people who like honked and yelled at me to get off the road and went around me and all that stuff. And and technically, for the record, what you're supposed to do is, if there is not enough room for a car to pass you safely, you are supposed to ride your bicycle on the inner third of the lane, not the outer third. So like, if we have the stripes in the middle, I'm supposed to go into the inner third of the lane to dissuade you from trying to pass me. That is what I'm supposed to do as a person on a bicycle. I don't do that because someone's going to drive over me and kill me. You know, I'll go to the outer third, whatever. And then people just pass, and that's a them problem if they get in trouble for it. But, like, you're just not supposed to. For the record, I was going the speed limit. I was on a really good, like, racing bike, and I could go the speed limit. It was, like, 25 there. So, I was able to keep the speed limit plenty fine with that bike. It was a whole thing. But yeah, no, at those times, like, people here used to be exceptionally hostile to bicyclists. And that is one thing I will say, and this is going back 20 years. I will say it is one thing that, while I complain about, like, the lack of public transportation and all these kind of things, the one thing I will say has definitely improved is you still have the occasional person who's a jerk to a cyclist and all that, but these days, generally, broadly speaking, people do seem to be a lot better about that side of things. And a big thing that helped is, like, a lot of bicycle lanes got added places so that, you know, we don't have to, like, block up the road and all that. I think I already have that sword. I'm actually surprised we got 2 rounds of rice that we found. Yeah, no, it's just like one of those things like, dude, I get it. You don't want to be behind a bicycle because you want to speed, and I'm in your way, and I understand. I'm just trying to get to work. I'm getting to work in the most efficient slash fastest slash cheapest way I can. And you're drinking and driving. One of us is in the wrong here. You explain that sounds like people really want cyclists rather get erased in general. Back then, it was, you know, people had some pretty awful stuff here. And I believe that'll make sure, yeah, that makes sure they're automatically watered. Yeah, generally people here when it came to cyclists back then were pretty terrible. Broadly speaking, they're way better. Very broadly speaking. You still occasionally have the person who's a big jerk about it, but luckily nowadays, people tend to push back on that a lot more. I'd like to plant those close enough to the water that I don't have to water them. Those 2 tiles over here might be fine. Okay. I need to get to sleep. We're gonna pass out soon. Okay, fish, row, that. Go to bed and figure it out in the morning. Glad it improved. Yeah. As a cyclist here, you generally keep to the right of the lane unless you want to turn off into the side road. Yeah, so that's kind of the catch is, I always forget what the federal versus the state law is. But it was a big thing that it was basically the rule is you stayed on the outer third if it was a road safe to pass, that a person could reasonably get more than 3-4 feet around you, then you stay on the outer third. If the road was too narrow, that it was not realistic that they could do that, then you're supposed to ride on the inner third to dissuade them from trying to pass you at all, because now you're just basically blocking. But I haven't been riding on the road in a long time on the cyclist because I don't want to die. Unfortunately, it's like, I don't want to die with these people on the road. Not even, like, with cyclist hostility. People don't pay attention here. But yeah. When you got a bicycle, you ask one of your regular customers who bikes, what's the safest way to ride into town? And ride in town, he said, just don't. Yeah, no, the worst one we had is I wanted to ride my bike it would be a different job way later. But it was kind of one of those things that the length of the ride wasn't too bad. And there was a bike lane dedicated the entire main drag going up there. It was on a fairly significant road, but there was a bike lane, so it was still not too bad. Except there was an on-ramp to a freeway there. And there was zero chance. Zero chance. Going past that on-ramp where no one's paying attention, I was like, man, it's gonna be like every third day I'm almost gonna get run over trying to take that route. Having an on-ramp for an expressway cross over a bike lane was definitely a decision that occurred of some kind. Let's see, dissuade sounds like putting enforcement effort on the cyclist. Imagine it makes moods flare up. Yeah, no, exactly. It's basically having the cyclist deliberately make yourself in the way for a safety reason, but again, for the people who wanted to do the unsafe practice of passing you anyways, now you're the bad guy. So I generally didn't do that unless I was turning left. Is about the only time I rode on the inner side, because that's just to turn left, you have to. I gotta quickly use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. And to this day, that's still the best orbital bombardment I've ever had. Like, I've had some good ones since then, but that one was definitely like, oh, I didn't just defeat the threat, like, I purged the threat from the face of the planet. There was no survivors. Because usually you'd have it where it's like, yeah, you'd clobber it, some of them would start coming in, and then, you know, enough of them would get down that they would retreat. And so, like, effectively the result was the same, that you won the fight and all that. But that was just like, no one got to run away, nothing. We just straight up flattened the area. Okay. So I've got you. I need to buy some of these extra tiles. As much as I'm putting off. So that tile I'm buying. Oh, right. I see what's happening here. I did the crops before I did the spring. I was like, how did I reach that? There we go. So I put you back. Alright, so now's when I actually have to pay a little bit of attention on the kale seeds. So let's actually go about this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 8 is 50... No, that's 64? Is that right? 64? And then I have one spot I missed here, so that'd be 65. So I need 65 kale seeds. I'll make it 73 kale seeds, so I have the seeds for that tomorrow. Okay, that should be fine for right now. So we can plant our kale, get all that going. And if we're off by 1 or 2, that's fine. I just don't want to be off by a lot. Okay. And that's enough for me to get another gold bar. And all that. But right now, let's get the kale down. It'll rush over to Clint. And I don't think that's enough for a gold bar and an iron bar and the coal. But we'll figure that out. Well, actually, you know what we ought to do is let's not get the next sprinkler. What I ought to do is there's that one spot in the corner where I had to pick up the sprinkler to access the tiles. I know... I missed one. I know min-max wise, like that would be the plan, is to get extra tiles without having to spend extra money. Sure. But also, I don't want to deal with that. Did I miscount the initial number of how many these are? Oh, okay. Alright, well that's got me. Okay. So, buy this tile and this tile. That gives me access to all of that. And then that's where the next sprinkler goes here. But as you can see, getting that all set did spend all my money. Did I already turn that into Gunther? I think I already turned the sword into Gunther. You know what? We don't need to run all the way over there. We'll just do this. Nothing posted today. We can just go see if Gunther needs that in a couple days. Because no matter what, in 2 days... Oh, wait, we've got our crab pot over there. Never mind. It is worth me stopping to check the crab pot, because it'll give me the trash I need to make more stuff. Like, we can get the stick and maybe get 2 more coal and yada yada. I also don't know if I pop the trash cans for the good stuff. Okay. I also have 2 geodes here too. Let's do the geodes first. The reason why we'll do the geodes first is just in the off chance they give me something for the museum. Hey, Lewis, need to get out of the way. That's the only spot I can say. I'm here to collect Clint's business tax. Cool. Why are you telling me that? Is that something I, as a random, unrelated citizen, should be privy to? Like, is that just a normal thing where you just walk around and your mayor's just like, I'm dropping by the subway to get the taxes paid. Also, why don't I have to pay a business tax? Oh, wait, never mind. I didn't ask that question. Yep, no, I'm definitely exempt. Yeah, agriculture. Please don't look at my tax situation, Mayor. Because I definitely don't recall ever paying taxes, and we've been here for 4 years. And something tells me by being a farmer I'm not... Oh, your taxes, the tiles, this is fair. Doesn't want to make us stink about things because the mayor is just pocketing tons of money and like, let's not shake the boat. There's good stuff going on there. All right, so the earth crystal I know is used for stuff. I don't remember what, but definitely feel like I should hold on to that one. Okay, and we're all good over here. And thank you for the host, Suey, over on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. Go ahead and go to sleep. But welcome in hosters, raiders. Welcome in people over on YouTube. It's good to have you and all good stuff. For those who don't know Suey, absolutely fantastic content creator. Can we get a shout out on Suey on the Twitch side as well? I don't have I need to figure out setting up a bot on YouTube to do commands and getting hosting stuff set up so I can do shoutouts on both platforms and yada yada yada. I need to do these things. These are things I have not done that I should be doing. But it's good to have you, and I do appreciate it. But again, we can get a shout out for Sui. Oh, right, that's the reason I had 8 of these. I got those in advance. I was sitting there like, I don't understand. Why do I have more? Right, I grabbed these ones early because these had 1 day left. And I was like, well, I might as well grab them if I'm already going to be doing that. Right, so we'll drop off the periwinkle and the kale. But yeah, for those who don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing some Product Zomboid lately, but does do a whole bunch of different indie games and all that good stuff. So if you are into any of that, you can find that over there. But fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on, and someone I highly recommend checking out. But again, thank you for the host. I do appreciate it. You want to put quartz under your pillow. Jody. No. No. Don't be convinced by Emily and this nonsense. Go talk to Harvey if you got something going on. Only after you talk to Harvey, if you still want to do those other things, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But talk to the local doctor first. Because I hate to break it to you, if you're getting headaches or something, throwing a chunk of SiO2, that is what quartz is, under your pillow isn't going to do anything. If anything, you're going to have more of a headache because you got a big pointy rock in the back of your head. And if you can't find quartz crystal, here's a hint. Most sand is quartz. You could literally just get a bunch of sand and put under your pillow. It's the same thing. And what I mean by that is it's also not going to work. Because why? Like, if you want to do that for yourself for, like, placebo effect or whatever, again, whatever, it doesn't hurt anything. What? It's just, I don't know, it's weird to me. Okay. So, today we should have... Yeah, so today we should have, oh, the community board will be updated. That's what I'm looking for. So we can rush over here and check out the community board. It'll also be good when we're not doing kale and we got a higher profit crop. Like we can get something like cranberries going. Because for those who haven't been here, we're doing the Tileman challenge, which does very, very slowly let you expand. We gotta buy these tiles. We're up to 1,000 gold per tile. And we're just slowly expanding now. We got our access to sprinklers. We can make those. They cost me, honestly, a pretty unreasonable amount. Okay, so one of them wants me to ferment a potato, which I don't have what I need to do that, so that's not happening. And then the other one wants me to collect thousands of wood, which I can't do. Let's see, what if the headache is from humidity? She wants to ground down to make SiO2 dehumidifier and put it where it's least safe, right next to her airways, instead of swapping humid pillows. That's kind of what the thing is. It's like, whatever your deal is, there's probably a better way of dealing with it. As in, literally not even doing the thing you're planning on doing is probably better than doing it. It's also interesting because most of those quests like that, they'll tend to be, you know, I want random item to do whatever. And I'm kind of hoping you can get cursed stuff like, I want You know, like, I want a herring under there. Like, no. Probably in 20 better ways, yes. Yeah, it's like aspirin, Tylenol, ibuprofen. Those all help if you got a headache, because she didn't specify why she needs it. But putting a sand or pointy rock behind your head, not gonna help you much. I have a feeling that will make your problem worse, if have any impact at all. Dear all Storge, tomorrow we're getting together for the flower dance. You're not invited because you still haven't been able to reach the forest after 4 years. If you can find a partner, you might want to participate in the dance yourself. But nobody likes you, so that's not going to happen. There's a little clearing beyond the West Forest that you'll never reach, where we hold the dance. Arrive from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. if you're interested. But actually don't. Let's see, just today you got a request for red mushroom under the pillow of George. Look, man. Evelyn's been put up with that for a long time. He's like, I've been doing this for 30 years and I just can't take it anymore. Have you heard this man snore? I haven't had a proper night's sleep in almost 30 years. I see stuff by the end of the day. Or hear me out. Good sleep for long enough with good bedding. Hey, on tablet, how's it going? Alright. I low-key am debating just putting in a little bit of fishing here, because they're kind of just fast-forwarding days at the moment. And I want to break that up just a little bit. So we're trying to get our last level of fishing knocked out, because I do get a couple free tiles for maxing a skill. I think it's like 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever. If it's 15, that'd be great. I think it's 5, though. But we can get, like, one more, we can get, like, a couple more tiles. That sets me up for going for the next sprinkler. Because each sprinkler just cost me, I think it's about 7,000. It's about 4,000 for the gold bar. And then another, like, 1,000 and some change for the silver. Or not silver, sorry. Iron. And then it's just, like, the 2 coal I need for it, which I can make those in a pinch, but wood's not super easy to get by versus money. So I'll just buy it. And then the refined quartz, I get that from fishing, and I've got a backlog of a ton of those. And my crab pots have been a great source for that. The occasional trash they get me just trickle feeds me refined quartz for more sprinklers. Stop giving me the ancient sword. It's like the old bit from, like, you know, old Looney Tunes cartoons. A person gets the thing. It's usually what's what, like the shoebox with the singing frog in it. That he puts in a time capsule inside like a concrete wall, and it turns around, the frog just pops out and starts singing again. You know, he wraps it up, he chucks it in the ocean, and it pops back up and it's singing again. Just anytime he turns around, it just reappears. It's that, but it's this ancient sword that we keep just trying to, like, sell and get rid of. It just keeps coming back. Oh, what am I doing? I've got, like, 10 stacks of river jelly, which is the thing that boosts my fishing when, you know, for doing, like, river fishing and all that. And I'm just completely ignoring it. Yeah, so we need about 1,000 XP. That's actually not that bad. Because some of the fish will give me like 50, 60 XP per fish. A lot of them are like 30-ish. It depends on, is there a chest? Do I perfect the fish? That kind of thing. All those things give you bonus XP. I'm still confused that we get bonuses for doing, like, townie quests. But they've been, like, we've gotten it a couple of times. It's only like 2 tiles. But the vast majority of times we don't get it. I'm not clear what does and doesn't qualify. Oh, right. I was also mentioning that we should push towards Lewis. If we get into Lewis's town, he's got like his little gamba box in there. We've actually got like 11 or 12 tickets now, which is probably enough that if we pay it's gonna be like 10,000 to reach the gamba box. I'm probably gonna get my money back. And it is also like a future-proofing thing of if we just work on stuff and occasionally get an occasional ticket, that every once in a while we'll get, you know, geodes, and I think you can get iridium sprinkler. I think you can actually get like a really good scarecrow. There's just a bunch of stuff in there. There's a bunch of crap in there too, but it does give you the occasional like good seeds or whatever. One thing I want to do is if we can get the powdered melon seeds. I think what we do during the winter is if I get any of those seeds, we work on just producing more of those seeds out of the powdered melon we get. Just so that I could start setting those aside so that maybe, if we're lucky. You're not overly fond of the stupid decor items, the prize ticket machine? Yeah. Well, it's some of those decor items you can't sell. They're like gray out, so you're like, well, I'll just toss in the garbage then, if I can't sell you. If I can sell it and make a little money, that's fine. That's actually another thing I appreciate. Like, Coral Island, you get a lot of decor items from like going into the caves and all that. And pretty much all of them have some monetary value. So like, there's this bunch of this mushroom furniture you can get into the final caverns. And they're actually very lucrative because they have some value each, and you get lots of them. So at least you're like, okay, I got furniture, but in my head I just got 500 bucks, so you know, I can live with this. But like, for doing the museum and then getting like the giant standing geode, it's like, okay, I guess I'll put this somewhere. Kind of wish you, like, once you got it, you could craft it, but otherwise you get rid of it. You're just fishing and everyone just decides to crowd you. You always wish you could sell furniture decor items here in Stardew. You can't even trash them in the base game. I was pretty sure you could... Well, no. I was able to trash some of them, but I didn't try, like, the stuff from the museum. Yeah, no, you have stuff that just gets stuck in a box. That was actually a big bug we had in Coral Island for a long time, like, right after it released. Until, like, version 1.1 or 1.2, there was a way you could accidentally duplicate your tools. So, like, your... you know, your pickaxe or whatever when trying to enchant them. And the issue is you can't sell or throw away your tools. And so you just have to have a box in the corner of your farm that you just chuck all your accidentally duped tools that just lived there forever. And that was a huge issue for a little while. Alright. Yeah, so we're mostly just trying to get some fishing done here real quick so we can max out our fishing, get our bonus tiles, use our bonus tiles. We're getting pretty far into summer. And fall's our big money-making month. The cranberries, they give me a lot of cash. Like a lot of cash. That'll be our big growth month. Now, I am curious like how much it would cost me to get my Stardew or my Joja get to Joja, get my Joja membership, and get the greenhouse. I imagine that is a serious mint. Because I get the greenhouse, we could start the slow rotation of just getting starfruit seeds going. So while we're going through like the winter, we're still being productive, that we're slowly getting that going. Because that would be a good thing to get going, is just having all of that starfruit coming in. Because I have a starfruit seed I got from something, I don't remember what it was. I think it was a quest reward or something like that. Or is it was quest reward or is one of the festivals? Maybe as a prize at a festival. Either way, I got a hold of a single starfruit seed. And I could make the thing to process the seeds. And if I can get the starfruit going in the greenhouse and get that set up, that would be a huge win. So I could just go through the rotation of producing a bunch of starfruit. Do you have the museum accessed? Yes. Oh, yeah, that's what you're saying, is I probably got it through the museum. Yeah, no, that's probably exactly where I got it, was through the museum. Yeah, I remember grinding for the ancient fruit. I had a lot of runs where I got the ancient fruit seed, like, right away. And I also had a bunch of runs where I was, like, literally late game, trying to, you know, fill out the last of the museum, being like, where the expletive is my ancient fruit seed. Alright. We're gonna try and push through this to get the level 10 today, and then I'll put the fishing pole in a box and pretend it doesn't exist. If I do that, I also no longer need to carry bait on me for traps anymore. Alright. I just need a bunch of good catches. Yeah, so we got a decent number of fish to catch. It's not too bad. It might push into the next day. Because every time I catch something like that, I'm getting like next to no XP. Which what's part hurting me is I've got 6 algae on this fishing endeavor this time. I'm getting a lot of stuff that just gives me 3 XP, which is basically nothing. With mixed in actual fish here. Yeah, we got less than 500 XP, and then we're done fishing. Just hands down done. So I wonder with having the trapper requiring no bait, how that'll even work. Like, do I just take the item and it automatically goes, or do I still have to click on it as if I was adding bait, I just don't need bait? I'm assuming I just grab it and that's it. It's just done. No farther action needed. Come back, you know, X number of days later, get my free stuff. We're also hoarding a lot of materials for... Oh, so I actually have a bunch of the rusty spoons already that I've done. So I'll get rid of that. So yeah, what I can do is, one thing is I shouldn't get rid of these fish. I should process these into fertilizer. Because then I can use that fertilizer for the cranberries. And we need to save our money for cranberries. Are you kidding me? Come on. Yeah, I should have already set aside money for cranberries, because we're getting to that point where we're getting our last harvest or so out of the season. And that'll be that. We definitely want to have as much in the way of cranberries as possible. That'll be tricky. Because if we come up short on the cranberries, the cranberries are a big money maker. We were making about 27,000 harvest from them. That's profit. But I would expect us to actually be a little bit less than that with the sprinklers added in there. We don't have actually as many tiles. But we are actively expanding. But then my hope was like 27,000. I should be able to get like several extra plots by the time the fall's over. Winter's the rough one because there's just nothing to do. I can grind out fishing, but we're doing that right now. We can't reach the mine. There's just not really much for me to make money with. I can plow for a bunch of forageables, but I don't get foraging XP for it. So I definitely feel like winter this time is going to be just rush through sleeping, check the community board and the message board when, you know, the reset happens on the community board, and then just rush through sleeping, get to the other side as fast as we can. Unless I can get lucky and manage to put aside enough money that we can get the greenhouse down, which I very much doubt. Yeah, it's barely not going to be done today. Okay. So let's run this all home. Like I said, what I should do here is I should use this to make fertilizer. We're going to save that fertilizer for fall, when we put down the cranberries, to just maximize those as very best we can. To try and get that to boost us a lot. I know I need to push to Joja. I know I should push to the ticket machine. Alright, so we gear the ancient seed the row. Now let's go over here. Chuck you in there. Grab that out. Make a bunch of fertilizer. I will sell the rest of that fish. I'm sure I could have gone through and figured out which fish would give me the most money and yada yada yada. But also, counter argument, I'm lazy. And now it's done. All right. So we got 1 day left in a lot of this stuff. Yeah, so this is the last harvest for the season. Because I'm not going to have enough time to plant and have something else grow in before the season changes. Alright. We can drop by Clint's and get that box opened. So I'm a little concerned going into fall. And that concern is mostly I don't think I set aside enough money to get all the cranberries I want. We're still going to get as much as we can. And if I'm short, that is what it is. We'll just plant some more once the season started, I don't know. Like, there'll definitely gonna be shorting myself a little bit on that, but that is fine. Alright, so I just have a tiny bit more fishing to go. Once that's done, we have that. We're gonna want to pop by Clint to get the boxes popped, because that can give me good materials. I gotta make the decision, am I unlocking more tiles on the farm? Am I pushing for the prize machine with Lewis or Joja? I think I go for Lewis first, simply because it's less tiles. Joja's probably talking 25, 30 tiles, I would guess. Where I think Lewis, we're talking probably a total of like 10-ish tiles. 5 to get into his door, and then however many to get to the machine. And then we get a, 12 tickets worth of payout. I've once again not used my buff food. Yeah, because I got less than 200 skill, 200 XP to go. And each fish is worth between, like, 20 and 50. It's talking 180 XP to go. Oh, Clint's probably not going to be open today because it's the flower dance day. Or counter argument, Clint's open today because, Clint is Clint. 142 XP to go. Penny clearly didn't go to the flower dance. $139. 136. It's not the way I want to do this. Please give me actual fish. I'm at level 9 fishing, plus a thing that boosts me up to 10 effectively. Just give fish, please. Stop giving me algae. Alright, let's take 1 second to run over here really fast. And just see if it does let me. Okay. So weirdly enough, even though they're still walking around as if there's no festival going on, we do have the doors are locked because the festival's going on. So you just won't worry about Clint. Just got 130 to go. I'm talking like 4 or 5 fish. If the game would actually give me fish instead of garbage. Alright. Okay, we have 94. And then I don't have to fish again for... Stop. I'm at like 7 trash to 2 fish today. At near max fishing skill. Now granted, I don't have bait because the pole I'm using can't do bait. It's weird that I'm getting like nothing but trash though. Or not nothing but trash, but very, very low amounts of fish. In an area we pulled up plenty. Because I'm pretty sure the game doesn't have a concept of like overfishing and all that. Which would be a dirty thing for them to add. I actually wouldn't be against it either. For if you're just going to just spam fish, that it would just kind of make you move around a little bit. Like, don't make it so there's just nowhere for you to fish. But like, if you're just always going to the river and fishing, eventually the river would just not give you that many fish. Sorry, we only need 49 more XP, so that's 2 fish. Or 1 good fish. I was trying to split the difference so I get both. Yeah, so I didn't get good enough, so it's 33. If I would have been able to get the box, that would have been good. Alright, Dragon Rose, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in, you sleep well and all that good stuff. 30 XP. Well, 10 trash will also get me across the finish line. So it wants to give me just continued trash. Well, that's annoying. That would still ultimately result in a victory. We're that close. And the moment we hit 10, like I said, I'm running back home. The fishing pole is going into a box. The one and only box I own. And probably being forgotten until we get, like... 10 bonus free tiles. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't do the rest right now. But we're gonna make it a point to reach Mayor Lewis's prize box. Because if we can do that, I got like 10, 11, 12 tickets or whatever to churn through there. Hopefully we get at least one good thing, like one sprinkler or something where like, okay, you know, I make my money back. If not, it's still not a bad thing. We will eventually make our money back on. Actually, you know what? Take that too. I don't know what you're worth, but I don't need you cluttering my box. Okay. Grab the maple seeds. We can drop you off and you off. You're no longer needed. Alright. Crab pots no longer require bait. I actually do want them to give me junk. I should have seen what it was. We basically got like 2,000 out of that. Alright. So we've got all of this. Alright, yeah, we'll let it. Yeah, we'll let it that way. We'll just sell all of you here. I was debating whether or not I wanted to fill it in with wheat to just block it. I don't think we want to deal with that. So, what we can go ahead and do is I've got 5 tiles worth of free spaces and 5 tiles worth of cash. Let's get into Lewis's house and use his ticket machine. And if we don't have access to the ticket machine, we burn his house down and we destroy the entire town. You want a topaz? I actually could do that, Lewis. Give me a moment, I gotta wait for you to open anyways. You know, give me an extra 240 bucks and some friendship. Sure, I'll do a topaz. Plus, we do enough things around the community. I think he gives you like 5,000 bucks or something like that, which is not a huge amount for us. But I have a topaz sitting in a box doing nothing. So that's fine. Okay, so maxing out a skill gives 10 points. It's a shame you only get to do it once per thing. So I still have mining and foraging to max out in combat. We have never fought anything ever in this game this run. Because that doesn't have to get to the mine. We are at mining 0, though I have technically gotten some XP. Oh, you're back there a good couple tiles. You suck, Lewis. That's fine. It's gonna be like eight tiles to get there. Ah, hello there, Rual Storge. I was just loading some more prize in this machine here. It's a new program I've come up with to help promote the spirit of goodwill among the townsfolk, you included. It's pretty simple. Sometimes when you help out others in town, you'll receive a prize ticket. You can turn them in for rewards. There's some special stuff in there. My only worry is people just go after the tickets rather than cultivating true compassion with their fellow man. We could say, I just want the help, and I could say, yep, I'm in it for the prizes, and I'm in it for the prizes. We are definitely in it for the prize. I see. Well, it's not what I hoped to hear, but I appreciate the honesty. At any rate, keep checking the Help Wanted board in town. It's a good way to get your hands on more tickets. Good luck out there. Oh, right. There's a couple of tiles we get. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's not too bad. I only had to buy one ticket. The town's lost and found box. You can collect incomplete deliveries from past special orders here. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they ever fixed that. Alright, so you got summer squash. We got a peach. Mixed seeds. Mystery boxes. Aw, yeah, 4 sprinklers. This is absolutely paid for it. This was 100% worth. Quality sprinklers. Apple. Friendship 101. And everyone knows right after you get friendship, you get bombs. They just go together. Alright, what did you do again? Ah, so it's a gift that literally everyone likes. We can become friends a little faster. The summer squash... Oh, wait. Is Lewis actually in here, by the way? Lewis! Lewis! Have your topaz. Have your topaz, Lewis. Give me the cash. I just want the cash. Nothing else, man. Hello there, Rual Storge. I saw you saw the notice I posted. Looks perfect. Here's a little something for your trouble. Is there a ticket? Why have all... You can't gift Friendship 101 to Clint? That would be such an amazing, like, Easter egg. If you just, you know, gifted him the book, and suddenly he actually did okay with, like, becoming friends with people. Like, even if he was clearly still uncomfortable with the interactions, but just, like, despite that, managed. So, potato seeds, more bombs, more bombs. Sprout soup. I don't feel like we did very well on those. Alright. So we've got a pair of fruit trees. Now, I remember fruit trees can't have something too near to them growing. And I'm pretty sure they're more restrictive than regular trees on that one. So the cheeky thing of trying to toss the fruit trees up against a fence, I don't think works. It's been a hot minute. Okay, so we got some potato seeds for spring. Alright. Are you wearing a trash can lid as a hat? Yeah. Trout soup. The other bombs, we got a couple of trees there. We can toss you in here. The mixed seeds we can toss in there for right now. The summer squash we can toss there. The seed drop tea we'll set aside for right now. Surrounding tiles are empty. Right. So, to grow it, I would need to make sure that the tiles around it are empty. I don't think I've got a place I could realistically do that right now. So I think the trees go into the storage for right this moment. Yeah, because you bear fruit in fall, and you get summer. So most likely those aren't going... Yeah, because they take a whole season to grow. So it's literally going to be done growing at the end of fall. So basically we want to get them planted early winter for the spring one at the latest. Now, the curiosity here is I could start buying up a bunch of tiles to try and make room for the sprinkler. And I'll want to do that really badly soon. But I think what we do instead for right now is I'm going to put the sprinklers over here. We're all set up there. Right, so I think we go to bed. Because what we're going to want to do for now is just advance things over towards fall. Get our harvest of kale, and then hopefully going into the fall, we manage to put enough away that I can get, if not a full area of, if not a full area of the cranberries, at least most of it. And I'll have to go from there. Alright. We'll have a bunch of cleanup to do when that happens. And we could run over here. Grab our, crab pot. I don't... You know what? Do I think I care about at the board there? No. Crab pot could just be there. It's on the moon. Too far away. If I'm passing through, I'll grab it each time. But where it's at way over there, I don't really want to patrol over to it. Alright, so we got a pretty decent amount, so we probably are actually a pretty okay place for their cranberries. Probably not as much as I want, but probably enough that'll be fine. Okay. Drop you off. Okay. I definitely have a tree problem here. It's a shame you can't, like, throw the bombs. Because if that were an option to, like, just, you know, give the bomb a good chuck, I would absolutely be like, chuck the bomb over here just to knock down a bunch of that so I could actually see that, you know, be able to see and all that stuff. Alright, so let's go here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 sprinklers, I believe. Actually surprised it's still hoed down there. Yeah, so 16 sprinklers. Yeah. And each sprinkler can hold 8 plants around it. So that's how many cranberries we need. So we'll have to figure that out. So 16 times 8, is that 130? What would it be? 16 times 8. But at 8, and then it'd be 6. 156? Is it really that high? Why does it not feel right? No, it's 148? Is that right? Alright. 8 plus 48. Oh, 128. I'm doing, like, I'm going, it's 80, and then making it 100, and then shoving 48 on the 100. That's what's happening. So, like, just mentally translating 80 into 100 and just going for it, which is not how numbers work. It's 128. Okay, that makes sense. Because we've gotten more sections opened, but we've lost some tiles to the sprinklers. So all in all, that does make sense that at the end of the day, it would end up being slightly less than we had previously, but now they're all being self-watered. Dear Rual Storge, I was conducting a field study the other day, and I found this specimen. I hope you'll find it interesting as I did. Demetrius. Thanks, man. That is really generous of you. And yes, I know that's worth holding on to. But, on the principle of memes, it had to be done. Not that tile, please. Let's see. Then, however, using that functionality, whether it was a mod or not, might produce the same issue in Factorio. You take grenades into your hand, and you want to put it in the box. You walk up to the box, and click to open it, and then the normal item, then you chuck to the box right next to you. That was the Terraria one for the longest time. You would, you'd be dealing with stuff in your base, doing, like, item shuffling, that kind of thing. And you'd have a bomb in your hand. And then you had a whole bunch of your home was exploded. Yeah, the Merry Miner, I was doing the same thing, but my brain was immediately short-circuiting the 80 over to 100, which is, of course, wrong. But I was doing the same thing. It's like, okay, 10 times 8 is 80, but then immediately is like going, okay, now you add 48, okay, that's, you know, that's like the whole, like, 148, and it's like, no, that's an 80 there, not 100. Takes a little more mathin' than just put the 1 in front. I didn't get quite as much sleep last night as I should have. So that's what I'm choosing to blame for utterly flubbed math. Okay. And getting the last of this all sorted. That's who you left him in math. Let the chat let someone else do the math. Pretty much. Okay. And just work through all this. I'm also kind of thinking in my head, I definitely need to not just be doing nothing but Stardew for like all eternity and all that. People will eventually get tired if I just keep doing this one run, nothing else. But I'm at kind of a loss outside of Stardew right now what I would want to potentially do. Because I've been struggling with RimWorld since a little after Odyssey came out. Like once I did a couple Odyssey runs, got those under the belt, I got myself in a weird place there where I love the Odyssey stuff, being able to make the ship and go around, but I love my challenge runs. And I haven't been able to find much in the way of challenge runs where you use the ship that kind of feel good, just by the nature of, with Odyssey and the ship, you can kind of just pack your bags and leave the moment things get out of hand. And then a lot of the challenges I tended to like was maxing out pollution and other environmental challenges. And when you run into that, like, again, the moment you can pack your bags and leave, the environmental challenge ends. The factory must grow? This is fair. I have promised for a good long while to do another Factorio run, because when Space Age first came out, we just full binge did a full playthrough. Just like over the course of like a week and a half kind of thing. Like week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever it was. Did a full playthrough. And I have been promising for probably like... When did Space Age come out? Like how long ago was that now? Is that 2 years now? It's been a while. But like pretty much like a month or two after I finished that, I did kind of promise that I was going to revisit it at some point. And then, like, it would be every couple of months, be like, oh, we're coming up on a slow time. Maybe now's a good time to circle back. And the hesitation always ends up being just the fact that it's one of those things that once you start that, you're in it. Oh, wait, huh? Oh, we're in summer. Okay, I thought we were in fall, and I was kind of already going, man, this is gonna be rough. Okay, so with fall, we've been doing the poppy seeds, or the poppy plants. I think the poppies are still probably our best choice. So we had 128 we could plant. I thought it was coming up on fall already, and that we were already in summer because it's just kind of going on autopilot and all that. But yeah, so it's been one of those things. It's always what, like with a Factorio Space Age, it's like the fear is that it goes for a long time. But it's also one of those things that, you know, there's also a consideration like what other people's channels are doing a little bit. That's something that I'll put on the potential list. And what I mean by that is like me and Ultra split an audience pretty heavily. It could be a whole thing where with us overlapping playing the same game that's not like immediately relevant can get a little not great for both channels. But we'll see. It's definitely something I'm considering. because I definitely enjoy Factorio a lot. Alright. So I got all that planted, so that's good. So we're all good on all that. Okay, so this is great. This is actually excellent news, because I do have more sprinklers. Let's go grab more seeds, because I can probably get maybe a couple more whole grids out, which would be good. I just need to get over here, and pick up a bunch more poppy seeds. We'll grab them in sets of 8, and then plan to buy a bunch of tiles to take care of that. Yeah, no, definitely Factorio is one to consider. Okay, realistically, I can't do more than that. Let's see, if you want environmental danger in RimWorld, with the ship, why not make it so the entire planet's suffering from the effects instead of just the area you're starting on? I mean, I could. Like, with the pollution, when you crank it up, and the thing is, even with the pollution maxed out at 100% in RimWorld, you'll have areas where the pollution's not as high, other areas where it's much higher, that kind of thing. So it's not really gonna be everywhere. But yeah, so that's, but that is a fair consideration. Alright. I might actually make a field snack. I've done that the whole game, but... Alright. Could do a home on an asteroid challenge. Need to scavenge the planet to bring stuff home. Yeah, the only hesitation I've had with that is unless something changed, there is, like, next to no events on the planet. It's actually one of the things that has been my biggest disappointment with, the Odyssey stuff. Is that's kind of like one of the kind of obvious, like, oh, this should definitely be a thing. And it just, by and large, wasn't. Okay, so this should work. Not great, but should work. So we put you there. And I bought this tile. And go here and get all of this picked up. Alright. The make it where you can't make any fuel at your ship needs to have to wait the set amount of time. Oh yeah, no, if it's something I gotta police myself, I won't do it. When it comes to policing yourself, it's just too hard to keep track, like, especially when, you know, you're juggling your attention on, like, streaming where, you know, I've got my activity feed, I've got people I'm talking to, and I've got all this stuff. Yeah, the challenge either can't be handled by a mod or by settings. I usually won't do it just because it is one of those things that it's not that I'll be like, oh, the temptation to cheat will be too strong. You just kind of fall into the patterns of what you normally do in RimWorld. And then someone's like, wait a minute, you're not allowed to do that. Modded to make it so you can't research the fuel ship needs. Wait, let me read that again. You have to wait for a set amount of time for it to be rated. Dropped in where you wait longer you save more fuel, so it comes down if you start getting overwhelmed. Instead of leaving one that goes bad, You'll be able to move tiles with a ship. Then make it where you can't make the fuel your ship needs. You have to wait a set amount of time for it to be rated. Dropped in where if you wait longer, you save more fuel. So it comes down to if you start getting overwhelmed, instead of just leaving when something goes bad, you won't be able to move tiles with your ship when something really bad. Oh, so I can't make fuel. I have to, like, get it. The thing, though, is, even if I got rid of making fuel, I could trade for it, and if I don't do that, then it's, what's the point? Because, like, the whole fun of Odyssey is moving around, going and checking out, like, the ruins, getting the unique weapons, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I feel like that would kind of work against... It's like soft, not Odyssey. It's a way to prevent you from moving away from the threats. But, like, the whole point of Odyssey is, like, exploring the world. Because, for me, part of the reason I like Odyssey is when you play RimWorld, historically, we have always been trapped on, like, one little tile. And that's been our existence. We've been trapped at one little tile right from the beginning. We just can't leave it. Like, you could caravan over to the next tile and all that kind of stuff. But by and large, caravanning was a huge pain in the butt that was always frustrating to engage with. Like, it could work, you could manage it, but it was definitely working around the mechanic to get it to play nice than to just do the thing you want to do. So, by and large, like, you were on the one tile, the rest of the map has no reason to exist. Broadly speaking. And that's being a little unfair, but also not as unfair as it would immediately sound. So, like, that's the whole big thing with Odyssey, is, like, now I can, you know, now I can go and see the world. Like, the map matters. The map exists. The map's real. Versus before, it's like you generate the map and you just went shrug. Yeah, but really? Alright. And I just want to put this tiles to use. Even though, like, I really don't need this stuff. I've got extra sprinklers. It's gonna be a little while till I can put any of this to use. I'd like to just kind of cash in on it. Okay. Meanwhile... Is my scarecrow here? Like, you're just behind the tree, right? Okay. I was sitting there, like, where's my scarecrow? So... I don't have more money for another sprinkler. I do have more summer squash. And so I should grow those. At the same time, I should have planted those under a sprinkler. I'm sure it's like not knocking down any of my expensive plants to do that. So I think that'll be fine. Because if I do this over here, it'll be the right amount. But that does mean watering it every day. But I think I can live with that being just 4 tiles. But yeah, I wasn't specifically trying to, like, fish for RimWorld ideas so much as, like, RimWorld's an excellent game that usually, when I'm kind of at a loss for what to do, RimWorld's always in the back pocket. but it's been one of those things that since Odyssey, I can't get myself to go back to the way RimWorld was and enjoy it. Like, because you feel trapped on the one tile. Like, that there's the big world and you're just not allowed to play in it. At the same time, the ship, by the fact that you can move around and do stuff, like, yeah, there's the running away from raids, and I can make the rule, it's like, well, you're just not allowed to run away from a raid, and that's not too hard to just, you know, enforce or whatever. But at the same time, it's still just one of those things that running around the map, you can get materials a lot easier. Things are like growing your stuff is a lot easier, and all that kind of stuff. You can pick your battles easier. So 25 gold star vegetables we could well, no, I'm not growing vegetables, I'm growing flowers, never mind. I was gonna say, like, 25 gold star vegetables I should absolutely be able to do, but I'm not actually doing that right now. Okay, that's fine. So we can go back here. We've got our poppies down. We are going to want to continue to expand the farm. We did reach that. Let's see, tribal start, but you make one pawn god, then they get royalty tiles, Mechanator, Vampire. Everyone else, or whatever else you can throw at them. Are you saying just have a one pawn run? Because I've been asked to do like the one pawn Mechanator run. And I kind of openly been like I really don't enjoy Mechanator. It's a cool idea, but I find in practice Mechanators, like, a big part of the fun for me with RimWorld is the chaos of all the different people and managing them. Now, it definitely gets out of the hand where it stops being fun when you start getting to like 30 people or whatever. There's like in the upper 20s point, which is where it kind of flips, where I'm like, okay, there's just too many freaking people. It stops being fun after a while. It's just too much chaos. And like, I very much enjoy like the lack of chaotic about thing. Oh, and also, we should get a shout out for Asriel. 1 second. For those who don't know, Asriel, an absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of simulation games like Farming Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, all that good stuff. So definitely want to check them out if you're into simulation games and all that good stuff. But it's good to have you. You're thinking 5 pawn start, but as much as you can goes into 1 pawn. Gotcha. We'll see. Like I said, my point wasn't specifically to fish for RimWorld. I was more saying like normally that's the back pocket game that's like, oh, not sure what I want to play this week? We'll break out some RimWorld. And like historically before that was Project Zomboid, but Build 42 has not been my favorite. Or The Factory Must Grow. Yeah, we can definitely, like, that's very genuinely, that's pretty high on the docket to consider. It is a little bit of a mild concern of just, you know, don't want to kind of step on toes there. A lot of people, I mean, it's probably fine. Like, don't want to step on toes too much where, like, I'm streaming the same thing as someone else who's, like, we split our audience very heavily. Like, if it's something new or whatever, or just had an update, all that, that's no problem, that's what it is. But playing something that, like, isn't really, what's the word I want to go, not with hot or whatever, but a little bit more niche at the same time can be a little rough. We'll see. Bear with it. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. Alright. It's also been an interesting thing right now. Like, so Steam Next Fest is going on right now. So very, very genuinely, like, I'm getting blasted with a bunch of demos and all that. Like, a completely an unmanageable amount. And kind of the response I've had to that is because of how just way, way, way beyond manageable it's been. My response has kind of been like, if I don't already know you, or you're willing to pay for it, or otherwise I was already looking at your game kind of thing, I've kind of not done it. Not because it's like, you gotta pay me or anything like that. But, I mentioned the other day, and I don't know what the new count is. Like, the day before yesterday, I did a count of how many emails I got related to Steam Next Fest, and it was 3,100 that had mentioned Next Fest in it. And the bulk of those were, like, demos and all that kind of stuff. Which, you know, you gotta, as a game dev, you gotta shoot your shot. Fair enough, like, don't begrudge them, and I do actually want them to send me those things, because I might want to actually play them. But the reality is, with how many have, shown up, it's just like one of those things like, I can't manage this. Like, even if I took extra days off stream just for email triage, this is just too many. Like, this is the kind of thing you look at and go, there's just no doing it. Like, I give each one, like, maybe 2 seconds, be like, did you immediately grab my attention? No, bin. Because effectively, like, DDoSing my email from my creative end for other stuff like, I have to deal with invoices and all that kind of garbage. And it was very much just like, I don't know how to navigate this. Yeah, so these ones near the bottom are a little bit tricky. Alright. So unfortunately, we got a little bit of time for those to grow. It'd be good if, like, there was a good way to, like, manage not having to, have all the crops be on the same cycle. But there's no benefit in doing that other than, like, from the content creation side, just not having everything happen at once. Okay, so bought one more tile to make that easier to manage. I can do this. Oh, let's check the board. Can't do a red mushroom. Yeah, so I guess we're just gonna be fast forwarding a bit here. Because we're just kind of at that point where my main money is harvesting, and I've just got to wait for the crops to pop up. It's also a little interesting that if we could, by chance, get, like, the animals set up that have, like, a more active thing going on each day, but at the same time, that in itself is harder to scale with what we're... Oh, right. I was, like, confused for a moment because I managed to step on the tile. I was like, what? I can't step on this tile. I don't own it. I do. It's where I put the scarecrow. You get overwhelmed with the dev publisher emails at the best of times with Steam Next Fest. It was just faints. Oh, it's been wild this year. Like, and I'm not even, like, that big of a channel. Like, I genuinely am curious for people, they pull in, like their streams are, like, 800-900 viewers, like, every stream. I am just curious. Like, how, I mean, because you can't, even at that size, it's not like you could pay someone to be, like, your email triage secretary and all that. I mean, I guess the reality is you'd have an agency, and you would funnel those emails through the agency. Because that's actually one of the things that's nice about having an agency under you. Like, I miss having an agency. Granted, the agency as with didn't do quite all that stuff. But unfortunately, with like how chaotic the game industry has been, you know, I've pursued a couple agencies, and they're like, we would love to have you on board. And then, you know, like, it gets to be like 5 minutes, you know, like, right after TwitchCon kind of thing. And it's just one of those things that, like, they're like, yeah, with things going on in the industry, we're not bringing any talent on board right now. We're waiting to see what the heck happens. And that was, you know, since like TwitchCon last year, this past year, I should say. So it is very much one of those things that agencies can be incredibly useful for content creators, just because they triage a lot of stuff. They give you better negotiating terms when it comes to your sponsors and all that. They can get you opportunities you just otherwise wouldn't get, and yada yada yada. There's lots of benefits. But at the same time, you know, they do take a cut, but the cut usually is worth it. Like, very much so. Your sanity has a price, and then quite often, having an agency, their ability to negotiate you a higher rate is gonna more than make up for the cut they take. But I do not have one. You can see how it'd be easy to miss potential gems. Like, you almost missed that game I mentioned to you in the DMs. Yeah. Well, there's been some solid games that we've played that genuinely I completely overlooked and I only heard of from another content creator. Or, you know, it was one of those things that... Yeah, so one more day until the board resets. That I only heard of because, like, either someone else who has similar taste to me, I'll see one of them playing it, or, like, through some other channels. Next one is great, but having the time to cover it is a nightmare, so you just keep your eyes out for actual releases, to be honest. Well, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, there's been a whole dialogue I've been having with a bunch of game devs and other creators on Blue Sky. And, you know, like, you know, I was making the comment that this is me, like, the other day, kind of, like, lamenting that it's, you know, hey, like, I want to do more about this, but, like, it's just unmanageable. Like, what can I even do as a creator? Like, this is just so much that there's just no way. Like, there's just genuinely no way. Like, I wanna cover these games and all that. Like, not even it's like, there's too many of you. It's like, literally the email itself, not even the actual coverage, the email itself, I can't even deal with that. Like, it's just so overwhelming. This isn't being like, haha, look at my success. It's just very genuinely a problem we're running into as content creators of. It feels like all the devs, and I'm saying this like in broad strokes that aren't really fair, it feels like a lot of the devs all wait for like the big events. And that the big event comes, and like all of them start kind of hyping up their game at the same time. And it makes a certain amount of sense. Just like retail stores, they get themselves all ready for the holiday season and all that. Sure, makes sense. Like, just straight up, there's not really a reason to say otherwise. Why are you... Oh, right, those ones got planted a day later. That's fair. I was like, why aren't you ready? But, you need to do Blue Sky more. You really, really don't. Well, there's always the, you need to do social media more, you need to do this, you need to do that. It is kind of one of those things, like, I would argue if you are doing Twitter right now, and not Blue Sky, you are probably just wasting your time in a lot of ways. Because, like, even with my Twitter account having way more followers, I get way more engagement on Blue Sky. Well, I just post about game dev, that kind of things. Because for those people who don't know, like, historically I am a software developer. Not a game dev, but a software developer of over 15 years experience. Former educator, blah blah blah. and all that. So usually I kind of keep it on those kind of topics. Let's see, you wish publishers would actually look at your channel before emailing? No, you don't play bullet hells platforms or punishing roguelikes. Much more likely to respond is something that targeted you. Yeah, that's another problem we run into. Is like, I kind of gave a breakdown. It's like, okay, of like all of these different emails I got, you know, probably half of them were just low effort asset flips and AI slop. And I put those two kind of like bundled together. This is the stuff that no one put any effort into it. The game is no good. It's just hot garbage being chucked across the fence hoping you'll pick it up. Alright, so these ones, I'll need to replace the seeds. So we've got 20, 42, 59, 67, 70, 86, let's see, 86, 90, 110, 129, 142? I actually don't think I count the ones at the bottom. That's fine. We can get extras just in case. We'll go for 145. I'll probably have a couple extras. They're not that expensive. We will ultimately need them. So getting a few extras right now isn't too big a deal. I just want to be careful that I don't get a lot of excellent things there. Some content creators fall in the trap of only using the post for go lives. That's a turnoff to you. It doesn't build a community to help you know that. Yeah, no, that's kind of been my comment to a lot of creators. Like, if you're taking the time to use Blue Sky or Twitter, like you're gonna take the time to do that, it needs to actually be something of substance. Like, it doesn't need to be good substance, but like it needs to be something. So even if it's just you're showing pictures of your dog or whatever, cool. But if you're just doing the, you know, going live, yada yada, that kind of thing, all that's going to happen is you're going to have people who would otherwise genuinely follow you who are going to eventually mute your thing on the platform because all your stuff is just noise. Like, it's okay to post I'm going live, but there's got to be something worth paying attention to in between there. So generally speaking, I try and have posts that, like I said, are like topical on like game dev, you know, game experiences, like that kind of thing, and then interspersed with their, like, if I'm doing a collab with someone, or like a special like subathon, marathon, that kind of thing, then I'll typically go and take the time to, you know, do the, hey, like we're doing a special charity stream, whatever the thing is going on. All right, so we've got all our sprinklers set up. Do I continue unlocking the tiles? Well, we could probably continue unlocking the tiles. I was gonna say, do I continue unlocking the tiles, or do we push towards Joja? And I do think we unlock the tiles because we want to do this going into fall to have our income be massively increased. And then once we get into fall and I start getting the cranberries, they're kind of only worth planting. You're going to do it relatively early so you can get the full payout. Once they get, you know, a little ways into the season, it won't be worth getting them after that stage, just because, you know, you will only get like 1 or 2 harvests out of it versus like the 3-4 you'd otherwise get. Like most things, it's just a habit of remembering to post as you do. Yeah, no, when you're talking to Discord, like the Go Live channels, yeah, very much I do the same. In all honesty, I do the same where, broadly speaking, I will mute the hey, I'm going live channel. Or whatever equivalent it is. Okay, that should probably be enough to get another tile done. Oh, and it didn't check you. I'm gonna have to, at some point, get a source for those chickens or something. Just so, because it seems like it's not repeating any of the ones we've already done. Because you will get repeats after a while. But I think it's because I am so limited on which ones they're having, it's preferring the ones I haven't done. Which is a lot, because almost anything involving the mines I can't do. Yeah, no, broadly speaking, for me personally, I mute, like, any kind of self-promotion channel. Just... It's one of those things I talked about in the past. We have a self-promotion channel on the Discord. There's been a number of times I've debated just getting rid of it. And it's not anything like, oh, you know... Like, oh, I don't want people self-promoting a stream, or, like, on there or anything. Nothing like that. It's I've just personally found they're pretty ineffective in the first place. And then they just end up being a thing for clutter. It's also one of those things, one reason I do like those is those channels tend to be the bot catchers. So when you have bots jump onto your Discord or whatever, it's not always, but there's a pretty good amount of times they will jump into the self-promotion channel and post whatever garbage they do. So I kind of just see it as a, okay, you know, the person who is just here to self-promote and all that, it's just a place they can, that. You actually took the idea from Alter, added a promote a friend channel, and you post the people who you raid out to in there after each stream. Also allow people to post on, or on person. They want to recommend each day. Gotcha. You never use self-promotion channels because it'd be hypocritical for you to never go into other people's streams via these channels, so you don't post them other. Yeah, when I first started, I post very consistently in self-promotion channels on friends' Discords. But I very quickly found that there was like no click-through rate I was seeing and all that, and it's like, this is entirely too much effort. And then I also worried that people would see me like hop onto their Discord, not post very often because I didn't have something to add to the conversation, and then be in that channel all the time. So it really didn't feel good. And also check out Treacle, our fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out as well. Has done a lot of similar stuff to what we do here, like has done RimWorld, has done Hightail, and a whole bunch of stuff, so good times there. Been doing the Star Trek Voyager recently as well, and all that kind of stuff. Same, you find just being in the Discord, being active is better than posting self-promotion? Exactly. And that's kind of one of the big things I very often go to people like, how do I grow my channel? It's like, okay, the first thing you need to do is, like, if you're going to be like a one game streamer, like one category, one genre, whatever, find others in that space and be active in their communities, like as a positive, meaningful, constructive member of their community, not just be present to be seen or whatever, but like actually go and, you know, help out. And again, check out Azrael, fantastic content creator, does lots of simulation. We did a shout out a minute ago, which is the reason I did like a more abbreviated one. But yeah, so very much one of those things that, like, you be active there, and you be active in those communities. You be like, if you're going to be streaming RimWorld constantly, go to the Reddit page. Go to that subreddit. Be active in that subreddit in a constructive manner. People will start seeing your name and start making the correlation between you and stream. They'll be like, oh, you're the same one there. You know, do the same thing on, like, other communities' Discords, like, other people's stuff. And again, the key here is it should be, like, mutually beneficial. You are an active, productive, positive member of their community. If you're hopping in there and you're just kind of going in there... Sorry, I'm just checking the time. Okay. Because my time is all thrown off today. But, you know, if you're actually going in there and being, you know, helpful and positive and all that, people will see that, and they'll, like, you'll start to get known in that community, that genre, and that area. And again, it's not to be like, I can grow on someone else's back. There's nothing, like, nefarious or that. It's very genuinely, like, helping someone out does help you out as well. It's a very all ships rise together kind of mentality. And it works. Like, it very genuinely does. But you have a lot of people who come onto the platform, and they get it wrong in the sense that people look at Twitch and they're like, it's a content platform. It's like, hey, you're not wrong, but you're kind of not right either. It's a community platform. You know, you build communities, you build these groups, you build like-minded people who want to hang out here, you know, hear your stories, you know, get involved in your life or have the background noise or whatever. We all have different reasons for being here. But, like, what's here on my screen? It's not that it doesn't matter, it kind of does. But that usually in the long term is a very secondary thing. Now, there still are limitations that I can't go too wild out there. If I want my channel to not implode overnight. But you can get a little wild out there. I did that and then realized it didn't have seeds. So I'll need to go to tomorrow and get some seeds to plant more plants, to make more money, to get another thing set up. So, like, it does matter what your category is, because there are people who are 100% absolutely here for, like, whatever game you're playing. Like, you will have people, and they will be here if you are playing RimWorld. And so help you if you're playing anything but RimWorld, they will not be there. And that's fine. If that's the content they want, they should go get that content. It kind of sucks to be in that situation when you're streaming, and you're like, but I want to play RimWorld today. But, again, that is kind of just the nature of the beast. But those are the time, like, those tend to be the viewers that, you know, it's great when they're there, but unless you're planning on doing RimWorld for the rest of your life, you just accept they're here when it's convenient, but that they're not going to be here too much in the future. That's surprising. Like, that's a viewer you were never going to retain unless you stayed exclusively in RimWorld. And it's, I'm not trying to pick on RimWorld here, it's insert name of game, category, whatever. So there are people here for that, but by and large, usually there's a bit more to it than that. Okay, so we got the 8 poppy seeds, and then we'll want another 8 poppy seeds for the new sprinkler we're setting up. Twitch feels very different than TikTok. It feels like it's more about the community than pure content. Yeah, no, it's exactly the kind of the point. Like, you have people who come and go for specific content thing. Ooh, you know, I don't want to deal with them. Honestly, there's not a ticket listed there. Get out of here. Give me ticket or get out. I'm not going to be able to build friendships on those things under meaningful capacity, so... getting deprioritized. But yeah, so it's just one of those things. So the Twitch recently headhunted a larger TikToker and partnered him and gave him front page slot. He was just not a good Twitch streamer. He had 5 views and 0 followers. When you poked your nose at the stream, he said, I see there are 5 of you watching right now. Maybe give me a follow and subscribe. He was foul-mouthed and just awful. You don't get why Twitch chases TikTok dream when they're not the same. Yeah, I mean, we've talked to this one. So right now, when you look at Twitch as a platform, we have an aging audience. That by and large, Twitch is primarily made up of millennials. Now, that says it's not exclusive millennials or anything like that. We've definitely got people who are younger, people who are older, all that kind of stuff. But if we're talking just like raw numbers, so far as the age distribution, it is very heavily in that middle zone. And Twitch has had a lot of difficulty successfully pursuing a younger audience. They're not going to pursue the older audience because their concern is, you know, a bunch of us gradually becoming geriatric millennials here. you know, we're not getting younger. And so they're trying to go, okay, we need to market, we need to expand our audience. Where do we focus? And they're going to focus on younger people because that's just the smarter business play 99% of the time. If you can get them bought in, they get a lot longer to live. And a lot longer to go in there. And they're going to be the ones making the most money in not too long, and yada, yada, yada. Okay, so we would need to go down 3. So, like, from that business sense, it does make sense to go after the younger audience. And the catch is, the younger audience likes TikTok. Broadly speaking, that's not a universal statement. But broadly speaking, that's where the younger audience is. They're on TikTok. They're on things that look like TikTok. They're on things that work like TikTok. So if they want to bring in the youngsters, they got to meet the youngsters where they're at, and that's TikTok. Or similar things. It's not. There's actually a bunch of them that recently got off TikTok because of politics. Is the way I will phrase that. But still, broadly speaking, they just went from like TikTok to something else that is in that kind of really, really fast, you know, get the gratification quickly kind of content. Where you go and you doom scroll your videos and you move on. And it can be very easy for a lot of people to be dismissive, being like, but that's not what Twitch is. Like, right. But that doesn't solve the problem that Twitch has to find an audience. Like, find new people. And that's what they've targeted. We can disagree if that's the right play. We can disagree with their approach. There's a lot of things going in there. Oh, actually, I get a magma geode from my own farm? Alright. I'm not happy about that. Let's go pop that magma geode. I'm just a little surprised is all. Let's see, you think TikTok was interesting that the TikTok streamer didn't manage to bring his following over to Twitch? It clearly doesn't have quite the feeling of community over there. Oh no, absolutely. TikTok, the algorithm, is what gives you life. And it's just, as you've succeeded, the algorithm is more likely to recommend you and all that, because TikTok knows, hey, this person pulls numbers, let's give them the algorithm, which of course means they pull numbers. So it kind of like, once you've got a little bit of momentum, the system feeds itself. And then it's just a matter of doing it long enough for the system to feed itself high enough. Now granted, if you have the algorithm feeding your channel and then it sucks so people hop in and immediately leave, that's where it's on you to continue to hold people. But yeah, you ride or die with the algorithm on TikTok. Like, it is wild when you're new to TikTok and you just watch. Like, very genuinely, you can't turn off the view count in TikTok, at least last I looked. And you'll be watching your stream, and you can see the algorithm pop up and down. You'll be like, 20 viewers, 8,000 viewers, 6,000 viewers, 50 viewers, 6,000 viewers. And you're like, how does anyone do anything with this information? This crap is everywhere. And then you can tell the moment that, like, the algorithm has gone, oh, never mind, this isn't worth it. And you drop down to, like, 5 viewers. And it used to be a strategy that people would use, that they would kind of watch. And if they saw that number start to settle down at a lower number, they would end their TikTok stream and start their TikTok stream to reset it, to try and have it retry and do the algorithm, because that was a viable strategy back then. To kind of give the algorithm a kick. To have it try again, so that hopefully it picked up with the right audience. That doesn't work anymore. They'll, I actually believe they'll ban you if they believe you're just sitting there trying to manipulate it. But yeah. Let's see, a while back you helped a friend write an application, a small Explorer Survivor Builder game keys, and actually wrote how the key game would fit right into your channel community, and one dev answered, oh wow, that was a refreshingly positive application for once. And not just, I'll stream, I have 100 followers, give key now. Now maybe the reason smaller devs to give up targeting, big key distributors, I don't know. Yeah, well it's kind of, it's funny, because it depends on like the size of who you're reaching out to. Because I imagine the devs get kind of the same problem that, you know, I get as like a content creator. Where, you know, okay, we're coming out with our big release, and they just get bombarded by emails, both legitimate and otherwise, being like, hey, please give key, thanks. And so a lot of it is usually, hey, you know, very genuinely the recommendation is get to the point. Like, that's literally the advice I've been giving a lot of indie devs are like, hey man, we're trying to shoot out these emails, we're not getting a response. As a content creator, what can we do to get you to be more likely to, you know, actually look at our email and all that? It's like you just gotta get to the point, man. When you got like your subject line, that's gonna be truncated to somewhere in the area of like 28, 32 characters by most email clients. In that little teeny tiny window of like 28, 32 characters, you need to convince me to click on your email and dig in. Like, that's how much you got. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. So usually the answer is, that first part of it, it needs to say key included, demo, paid opportunity, affiliate program, like whatever the relevant bit is. Like whatever the important part is. You know, don't bury the lead. What is the point of your email? And then immediately after that, you got maybe 3 words to give me your pitch. So like, Factorio on fire. - name a game. And you're like, say what now? Because now you got my attention and I pop in. But you got like 3 words before your email subject line gets truncated by most email clients. And that's not a content creator action, that's just how email works. Dear all Storge, tomorrow we're all gathering at the beach for an annual Pelican Town luau. The highlight of this event is the communal potluck. Make sure to bring something good to contribute. The governor himself will be attending the event, so make sure you're on your best behavior. Come to the beach sometime between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. No, I'm not promoting clickbait, but the point is, you'll have these emails. So the way I phrase it, when it gets into a lot of these, I didn't want to pick that up, is think about like when you're going and you're trying to find a recipe online. You're like, cool, I want to find this recipe online. I'm trying to make my first calzone. I want to make a calzone. I want to look up a recipe and I'm going to make a calzone. And so you start looking on the internet and you find this website. It's like, this is the best classic Italian calzone. You're like, cool, classic Italian calzone. That sounds great. That is exactly what I want. And you pull up the website and there's like 30 paragraphs of this lady's, you know, backstory about how she grew up in this cottage in the hills in Italy and how her grandmother was a... Sure, that could be an interesting story. That I don't care about right now. Because right now, I'm going to the grocery store because I want to make a calzone. And there's exactly 3 things I need right now. I need the name of what the heck I'm making, because that's going to be relevant for me even finding what it is. I need a list of ingredients, and I need instructions. That's it. Maybe a list of tools. So that backstory is cool and all that, and there's places for that. But in that moment, the data that I as a person looking for this, the thing I need, the only thing I need, is the freaking recipe. And I will literally go, and if I have to comb through and I can't find your recipe in like 30 seconds in this, you know, in this novelette you've written about your grandmother and this recipe, I'm just gonna go and find the next recipe. I don't got time for that. And it's kind of the same thing with people doing like the email and all that. Like, get to the point. Like, don't bury the lead on this thing. Don't go, you know, we are a passionate small dev team. That's cool. I'm glad you're a passionate small dev team. You can put that below the fold. But at the beginning part, why are you emailing me? What's the point? What's the pitch? Like, that's like, Get to the point, like, hey, right here, right at the beginning, right here, right at the beginning, before anything else, we have a demo we want you to play. Cool, I know the reason you're giving me your email. I understand. I understand why you're emailing me. Cool. Step 2. Hey, it's Factorio but on fire. Alright. You know, that's your subject line or whatever. Okay, Factorio on fire, I don't understand. Please explain to me what a Factorio on fire is. And then when you get into the email, that first paragraph should be just a paragraph being like, have you ever wanted your factory to be on fire and the bugs to catch fire and everything else to be on fire? By the way, did we mention fire? It's like, no, but I do now. Go on. And you've got 2 or 3 sentences to try and make your pitch. And that's normal. Like, that's the exact same also when you're trying to reach out to a customer. When you go to like the Steam page, usually it's like you see that image, the trailer at the moment. That might be the thing that gets you. But right below that, when you get past like the buy and wishlist button, you've got above the fold about a paragraph. And in that paragraph, you will make your sale or you will not. All the rest tends not to be relevant, other than like the AI disclosure on the bottom. And that's where you get to make your pitch. And that's it. All the rest of the text is almost irrelevant. Not completely. There are going to be people that want the more details. But like the 98-ish% of your customers, that first screen before you hit that scroll bar, all of the decision on buying or not is going to happen there. And it's the same thing with the email. It's like you recognize if I have to scroll to find that information, it's too late. They call that below the fold. Below the fold, you don't want to be below the fold. Below the fold is where things go to die. Alright, so I don't really have anything I can bring to the luau today or tomorrow. Let's see, what else are they going to say? Yep, we just got a couple money-grubbing devs that hate our product. But, like, we like money. Please play our game. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Like, it's very much, it's just, like, get to the point. Like, and for me, pursuing, like, getting a game key, it is one of those things that usually I'll be like, hey, like, you know, I'll usually do, like, bracket, key request, bracket, you know, like, whatever I'll put for a subject line, I'll usually customize it for it. And I'll usually give the, like, hey, you know, I stream X genre of games, yada yada, I think your game would be a good match for a channel, like my channel. I think you'll find, like, a common audience or whatever. Like, whatever's appropriate for it. Like, don't lie or anything. And yeah, like, I'll usually get to the point. Now, if there's something specific with that dev that I think is relevant to, like, make a connection, like, it's a game about software development, sure. Take a little extra time to make that human connection or whatever. But I know they get inundated just as much as we do. So there's much to the point. Now, to be fair, to the other end of it, it can get to be very robotic feeling. I don't know, I'm walking over here. It can be very robotic feeling after you just keep getting those same emails that are just all like, you know, they're very, this is the point, this is the business, moving on, not personable at all. And yeah, it can be tiresome after a while. But at the same time, kind of the alternative is all these emails that are more fluff than anything. Another added bonus about not engaging with fluff emails is that means when an email is made by ChatGPT, it dies, because ChatGPT, when it spits out, half the words are just fluff. They're meaningless. They're just things that make it sound good, but don't get to the freaking point. So it's a whole thing, and for the record, that doesn't even get into like content creation and game dev. That's like advice for dealing with like business stuff. When you're at work, you can kind of get a feel for people who are like actually trying to do their jobs and not by when you go into their email, is it just full of a bunch of unrelated junk? And you'll find most of the time when you run to that kind of communication, that is typically a person who tries to like really kind of what's the word I want to use for this? You'll have people who go out of their way to make sure their work is visible rather than actually do the work. If that makes sense, like they're more concerned about what is perceived than what is done. They're also can be the kind of people you have a tendency to see take credit for other people's work, or at least exaggerate their part. And so it can be a thing that when you have these emails that are all fluff, it kind of tells you, it's like, okay, this is something I should look into farther. Like, are they just maybe talking it up a little, which is fair enough, you know, do what you gotta do. You, like, make sure to have yourself recognized for the things you've done. Or is this person, like, literally just blowing smoke? As regarding viewers from TikTok, Twitch is facing the same issues as creators trying to grow. They can try to just get lots of people in. Most of them won't engage or stay. Twitch case any young people from TikTok, or they can get people who are compatible with the higher staying chances. Young people are into community engagement. That's far less people, but also better chances to sustain itself. And Twitch is doing the former right now. Sorry for the late post. Took you a while to type. Oh, that's all good. Yeah, tell me which game. Let's see. Tell me what games yours is like inspired by. Tell me the genre. One-line summary. Tell me if you have used AI. Include screenshots from the actual game. Then tell me embargo if it's just a demo. Yeah, no, exactly. It's get to the point. It doesn't need to follow like the exact structure I was giving. It's just concise is key. A really short, to the point, and clear message is way better than trying to be the ones that frustrate me the most is 1 second. And thank you for the raid, Vince, Ohio. I do appreciate that. Oh, and hey, Snow Squirrel. How's it going? Can we get a shout out for Vince, Ohio? And all that good stuff. And I'm gonna do this because if Snow Squirrel's hanging out there, then I know this is the place I need to be hanging out. Playing some RimWorld. Nice. How did RimWorld go? And all that good stuff. Hope the colony continues to live and thrive and all that good nonsense. You just stepped on a sharp stone with your heel. Should be wearing shoes. Ow. That is no fun at all. But I do hope your RimWorld colony went really well. And thank you again so much for the raid. So yeah, if you're looking over for RimWorld, you can find it over there with Vince. If you got a raid and run, like, don't let me stop you. But also, if you got a minute, if you don't mind sharing a little bit about your stream, I would appreciate that. Gained some colonists, lost some colonists, so it went well. So it was RimWorld. Gotcha, I understand. It was just a regular old day in RimWorld. There was a little bit of tragedy, a little bit of hope, maybe a little more tragedy than hope, but you know, just RimWorld doing RimWorld things. And then we have, once the cooldown on the shoutouts over, if we get a shoutout for Snow Squirrel as well, who is another fantastic content creator that I had the pleasure of meeting at TwitchCon and all that stuff, and is definitely someone else you should be checking out and having a good time with and all that good stuff. But no, it's good having you all. It's like, sorry, my brain was in like 3 different thoughts. Yeah, so check out Snow Squirrel. Playing some Arc Raiders recently. Nice. So if you're looking for some Arc Raiders, you can find that over there with Snow Squirrel and all that good stuff. Wait. I'm sorry. I have to stop for just a moment. Did I just read that description correctly? Because I missed your description on your profile, Snow Squirrel. I will just read this word for word, the first sentence. Snow Squirrel. I'd birth a litter of puppies if I could. I have questions. I'm not 100% sure I want the answers, but I am morbidly curious. For the record, Snow Squirrel is an absolutely fantastic place. Let's see, you're new to RimWorld, less than 30 hours. Ah, got you. So you are brand new. Brand new. Awesome. Absolutely. I hope you have a blast. Be ready for the game to punch you in the mouth just a little bit, then maybe a little bit more. But it's definitely one of those games that you are going to face tragedy, and then you'll play again, and it'll be a little bit later before you face tragedy, and then you'll play again. It'll be a little bit longer before you face tragedy, and then eventually you get to the point where you're like, wait a second, I'm actually good at this game now. And then you'll face tragedy, because it is RimWorld, and that's just the way RimWorld goes. The moment you feel like it's all sorted and you are in a comfortable place is the moment it strikes. Nobody ever reads those. Well, that was the thing, like, I normally don't notice. And so, just seeing the one sentence come by and be like, on birth a litter of puppies, I was like, excuse me? What am I reading right now? For the record, it got my attention. But basically, you love animals, and definitely your dogs, as much as a human baby. So, you mean if you could, you would. I mean, that's fair enough. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life, with no mods that change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. But that said, I am a variety streamer and I play a whole mess of games. Simulations, settlement builders, city builders, tycoons, roguelites, slice of life, life sim. It's really all over the place. I don't do much horror, but pretty much everything else. Well, horror and puzzle. I don't do much horror or puzzle. Just about everything else is pretty close to on the table. No, actually, I guess I don't play a whole lot of first-person shooters. Look, there's a couple games I don't play, but it's fine. But today, we're playing a incredibly sweaty, try-hard, painful, aggravating, frustrating, energy-sapping game called Stardew Valley. And you might go, that doesn't sound like the Stardew Valley I'm familiar with. That sounds very not like the Stardew Valley I'm familiar with. And that's because it's not. Because I'm playing a Stardew Valley where it just punches you in the mouth and you have to deal with it. You might notice this grid on the background a little bit, and you might be going, what the is this grid everywhere? Why would you put that on your screen? So I want to go to the right, but it's not going to let me, because I don't own that land. So I can put my mouse over here, and you'll notice here, that says 1,000 gold. So if I want to walk on that tile, that one little tile right there, if I want the privilege of being allowed to walk on that tile, that's 1,000 gold. This is the Tileman challenge. Every single tile I want to walk on the map, I have to pay for, with the exception of festivals for some reason, but that's okay. And that's where we've been going. So you might wonder, hey, that sounds a little hard. How bad is it? So it was about winter year 1. We reached Pierre's for the first time. I was able to buy my first seeds in a farming game at the end of year 1. Do you know how I made money before that? I dug for clay. I hit the ground with a hoe, and then a pickaxe, and then a hoe, until I had enough clay to buy my way to Pierre's. It was a lot of digging. That sounds extremely difficult. Yup. It's a whole thing. Got to Zoom when he was 7 weeks old. Oh yeah, the dogs. It's been a very fun and interesting challenge. That I actually, so like, it's definitely a challenge to play. It is certainly an interesting challenge, because you'd be like, haha, but Rual, I'll go fishing. I'm sorry, sweet summer child. You've got to buy your titles all the way to the beach, which is farther than Pierre's, to get your first fishing rod. So you will not be fishing. Oh, but I can forge. Nope. Forgeables are scattered everywhere, which means you gotta buy the tiles all the way to the forgeables. So, good luck with that. Get to digging dirt or fast forwarding time and cutting down trees. Those are your options. Those are your only options. It's fun. But like, we've reached a point where I have a farm going where like every harvest I'm getting like one more segment of farm with a sprinkler on it and all that. It's going well. And also, for those who did miss, Concerned Ape had a premiere video on his YouTube channel, the developer behind Stardew Valley. That was pretty cool in the sense that he showed a pre-release, like a bunch of pre-release versions of the game up until, you know, the current version, and then revealed that with our next update, 1.7, we're getting 2 new marriage candidates. And my only response is, Concerned Ape, what have you done? Because, like, first of all, like, all the video stuff was just kind of cool, seeing, like, how awful, like, the game looks at the beginning, because that's the way all projects start. And then, you know, how it got shaped over the years. Some features came, some features went. Some stuff, like, they iterated on, made better. Some stuff, like the knock... It was... One of the things I noticed was he dies in the pre-release build, and the sound for getting knocked unconscious is the same sound it's always been. That sound never changed. Whereas almost everything else did. Yeah, those portraits changed a lot. Yeah, no, all the portraits, they straight up look like Fields of Mysteria or like that style of art. They weren't this pixel art stuff we've got now. It was very almost anime. Also fun, one thing I noticed, Alex seems to be like the only character who didn't start with the name Alex. Alex had a different name early versions of Stardew Valley before it released. Alex's name was Josh, which was interesting to see. Everyone else's name seemed to be the same, but like some of their aesthetics changed wildly. But apparently Alex was originally Josh, and then got renamed, you know, sometime before release. And for those who didn't see who our new romance, because I don't feel like this is a spoiler, right? Because, like, literally you're going to pull up the game, you're going to see the hearts, and you're going to be like, that person says single. So that's your warning. I'm about to say it here in, like, 30 seconds or whatever, if you care. If you're in the category, you are not avoiding it, as a warning. But I don't imagine many people care, because it's the romanceable characters. The 2 new romanceable characters coming up in 1.7 are Sandy, so the lady who runs the store in the desert, and Clint. And that's Concerned Ape announcing that today, the dev. Clint, the blacksmith, who's obsessed with Emily, and is just borderline, like, he's introverted, socially awkward, fair enough, a little bit of the stalkery, creepy kind of thing, not super there, but a little bit there. I have concerns, and I have curiosity, and I'm sure it's going to be great. Probably terrible, but in a great way. But yeah, they announced that today, so it was a fun thing. But you didn't realize Alex had a different name? Yeah, no, it wasn't even mentioned in it. I just happened to catch that he walked up to Alex and then talked to him, and it said Josh. Is like, excuse me? And some of the old characters, like old Harvey. I'm sorry, old Harvey was not a good time. Old Harvey was not a good time. Like, super early version Harvey, they did a good job on adjusting that character. Yeah. Do you think if I went into the water, other people would follow? I don't want to be a solo swimmer. Don't block the sun. I'm just in the right spot to avoid getting any tan. Like, normally I do like a Valley Girl voice. I don't know what that was. Whatever. It's fine. I don't feel like doing everyone's voices. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need more of this. Who else did I have fun voices for? Because I've been doing a lot of this because of all the fast forwarding, so I don't want to do one. She can smoke another 1 or 2. Yep. This festival has always got the best food. Pam is funny. All right. So you might be going, why am I using a summer squash? It's what I have. Because it was that or poppies, and I don't think you can actually put the poppies in there and have a good result. Let's see. Do we have anyone else I have fun voices for? Because a lot of them, my voice is pretty spent. No purple shorts? No. it would cost me tens of thousands, no, actually probably hundreds of thousands of gold to reach Marnie's to get the purple shorts. And then it'd have to also be Marnie's friend, which would probably cost me more hundreds of thousands to actually be able to get something she likes, so far as reaching it. Hello, Rual Storge. Did you bring an ingredient for the potluck? Just climb up the stairs and toss it right in. Do you have anything I care about? No, not really. Buying tiles in Marnie's bedroom would be wild. Yeah, at 1,000 gold each. But do I have to eat it? I'm with you, Jas. Like, I'm down for a potluck, but the idea of just not prearranging it. Like, it's totally fine if you go, hey, you know, Tom, you bring the mushrooms. Hey, you bring the potato. Hey, you bring the chicken broth or whatever. And, like, making a stew together or whatever. Sure, on board. But just bring whatever you want. Chuck it on in. There is zero chance I am eating that. You know, like, even if everyone's well-meaning, you know, someone's gonna come in there and be like, what was the comparison we did last time? Was it fish and maple syrup? Or no, that would actually not be as cursed. There was something else I had last time that was like, yeah, imagine one person chucks a fish in there and the next person, you know, chucks like mint or something in there, you know, follows it up with black licorice or something. You're like, what is this? Go and toss some mayonnaise in there. Yeah, like, it'd be one of those things that even if an ingredient wasn't bad, the chances it goes together are slim to none. I eagerly anticipate my visit to Stardew Valley each year. There's a palpable charm in the air. The governor is our distinguished guest today. I expect you all to be on your best behavior. For those who brought something for the potluck, contribute your ingredients to the soup cauldron. Should we move forward with the luau? The governor looks hungry. Yup. Normally I would walk around and do our thing. You may not notice it. My voice is a little rough right now. And that's just because with this playthrough, I start my day and within 3 hours I'm done with my day. Like in-game hours, I'm done with my day a lot of times. Unless I'm doing like a fishing day or whatever. And so it's just kind of one of those things that like I get to the festivals where there's like 30 people to do their voices so fast. It's like, you know what? My voice is getting a little spent after the last couple days. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm pleased to announce that the potluck ceremony has begun. I have high hopes for you all to celebrate. I have high hopes that you all contributed high quality ingredients. We want to leave the governor with a good impression now. There will be beatings. Well, Governor, would you indulge us with an honorary first tasting? So last year we got a neutral response because the best I could do is a fish I yoinked out of the river directly north of here and chucked in immediately. This time we have a gold quality summer squash. I expect that to probably be a good but not great response, would be my guess. I would be delighted. I've been eyeing that soup all afternoon. Ah, that's a very pleasant soup. The produce from the valley never disappoints. Yes, that's good, without great. Tasty. You all did very well today. Now, who else wants some soup? The luau was a success. Good thing I brought something tasty for the soup. Time to head home. Alright. So I didn't have anything else to maintain here. But yeah, so you get the idea. This is how much I've carved out of our farm. Reminder, year 4 summer. But this has actually been a pretty significant escalation in progress. Because for the longest time I was in like a little spot here that was solid crops and no sprinklers. Watering it by hand every day. But we finally got sprinklers, so I don't have to do that. And now we're just like Each harvest, I'm getting like 20-ish thousand, and about 15,000 goes into opening up like another 9 tiles and putting the sprinkler on it because I can't get to the mines, so I gotta buy my ore. Clint's probably my best bud in this one. He is loving the amount of business I'm bringing him. Alright. So, a couple summer squash and a periwinkle is not a whole lot of money, but that's okay. We didn't have to buy those things, so that's fine. Alright. So, that said though, chat, my voice is getting a little bit more raw than I really want it to. And it is about that time that I usually wrap up for the night, so we are going to go ahead and take where that raid came in. We're probably just going to move that on forward to the next person, because I'm worried if I push it, then I won't stream like for a day or two because I need my voice to recover. So I'm going to do that, but again, thank you so much for that raid. I do really appreciate that. And it's lovely seeing everyone pop in here and all that. I know this is like a bonus stream that started pretty late because I went to the best state fair in the state. Hope you get the pun. With all that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be ending over there, so don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream's going to end there, so thank you so much for tuning in. For everyone over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we are going to go find someone for us to